Chapter 17 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. The Deluge, Volume 2 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 17. After these solemnities, various tidings flew into Lvov like winged birds. There were older and fresh tidings more or less favorable, but all increased courage. First, the Confederation of Tashvatsy grew like a conflagration. Everyone living joined it, nobles as well as peasants. Towns furnished wagons, firearms, and infantry, the Jews money. No one dared to oppose the manifestos, the most indolent mounted. There came also a terrible manifesto from Wittenberg, turned against the Confederation. Fire and sword were to punish those who joined it. This manifesto produced the same effect as if a man tried to quench flames with powder. The manifesto, with the knowledge assuredly of the king, and to rouse hatred more thoroughly against the Swedes, was scattered through Lvov in great numbers, and it is not becoming to state what common people did with the copies. It suffices to say that the wind bore them terribly dishonored through the streets of the city, and the students showed, to the delight of the crowds, Wittenberg's confusion, singing at the same time the song beginning with these words: "O Wittenberg, poor man, race across over the sea, like a hare, but when thy buttons are lost, thou wilt drop down thy trousers while racing away." And Wittenberg, as if making the words of the song true, gave up his command in Krakow to the valiant Wits, and betook himself hurriedly to Elbląg, where the King of Sweden was sojourning with the Queen, spending his time at feasts, and rejoicing in his heart that he had become the lord of such an illustrious kingdom. Accounts came also to Lvov of the fall of Tykotsin, and minds were gladdened. It was strange that men had begun to speak of that event before a courier had come, only they did not say whether Radziwill had died or was in captivity. It was asserted, however, that Steppe, at the head of a considerable force, had gone from Podlyasye to Lubelsk to join the hetmans, that on the road he was beating the Swedes and growing in power every day. At last envoys came from Steppe himself in a considerable number, for the voyevoda had sent neither less nor more than one whole squadron to be at the disposal of the king, desiring in this way to show honor to the sovereign, to secure his person from every possible accident, and perhaps specially to increase his significance. The squadron was brought by Wołodyjowski, well known to the king, so Jan Casimir gave command that he should stand at once in his presence, and taking Pan Michael's head between his hands, he said, "I greet thee, famous soldier. Much water has flowed down since we lost sight of thee. I think that we saw thee last at Berestechko, all covered with blood." Pan Michael bent to the knees of the king, and said, "It was later in Warsaw, gracious lord, also in the castle with the present castellan of Kiev, Pan Charniecki." "But are you serving all the time? Had you no desire to enjoy leisure at home?" "No, for the Commonwealth was in need, and besides in these public commotions my property has been lost. I have no place in which to put my head, gracious lord. But I am not sorry for myself, thinking that the first duty of a soldier is to the king and the country." "Ah, would there be more such! The enemy would not be so rich. God grant the time for rewards will come. But now, tell me what you have done with the voivoda of Vilna." "The voivoda of Vilna is before the judgment of God. The soul went out of him just as we were going to the final storm." "How was that?" "Here is Pan Sapyeha's report," said Wołodyjowski. The king took Sapyeha's letter and began to read. He had barely begun when he stopped. "Pan Sapyeha is mistaken," said he, "when he writes that the Grand Baton of Lithuania is unoccupied. It is not, for I give it to him." "There is no one more worthy," said Pan Michael, "and to your royal grace the whole army will be grateful till death for this deed." The king smiled at this simple soldierly confidence and read on. After a while he sighed and said, Radziwill might have been the first pearl in this glorious kingdom if pride in the errors which he committed had not withered his soul. It is accomplished. Inscrutable are the decisions of God. Radziwill and Opalinsky, almost in the same hour. Judge them, O Lord, not according to their sins, but according to thy mercy. Silence followed. Then the king again began to read. We are thankful to the voivoda, said he when he had finished, for sending a whole squadron and under the greatest cavaliers, as he writes. But I am safe here, and cavaliers, especially such as you, are more needed in the field. Rest a little, and then I will send you to assist Charnyetski, for on him evidently the greatest pressure will be turned. We have rested enough already at Tykotsin, gracious lord, said the little knight with enthusiasm. If our horses were fed a little, we might move today, for with Charnyetski there will be unspeakable delights. It is a great happiness to look on the face of our gracious lord, but we are anxious to see the Swedes. The king grew radiant, a fatherly kindness appeared on his face, and he said, looking with pleasure on the sulphurous figure of the little knight, You were the first soldier to throw the baton of a colonel at the feet of the late Prince Voivoda. Not the first, your royal grace, but it was the first, and God grant the last, time for me to act against military discipline. Pan Michael stopped, and after a while added, It was impossible to do otherwise. Certainly, said the king, that was a grievous hour for those who understood military duty, but obedience must have its limits, beyond which guilt begins. Did many officers remain in with Radziwill? In Tykotsin, we found only one officer, Pan Charlamp, who did not leave the prince at once and who did not wish afterward to desert him in misery. Compassion alone kept Charlamp with Radziwill, for natural affection drew him to us. We were barely able to restore him to health, such hunger had there been in Tykotsin, and he took the food from his own mouth to nourish the prince. He has come here to Lvov to implore pardon of your royal grace, and I too fall at your feet for him. He is a tried and good soldier. Let him come hither, said the king. He has also something important to tell, which he heard in Kaidani from the mouth of Prince Boguslav, and which relates to the person of your royal grace, which is sacred to us. Is this about Kmita? Yes, gracious lord. Did you know Kmita? I knew him and fought with him, but where he is now I know not. What do you think of him? Gracious lord, since he undertook such a deed, there are no torments of which he is not worthy, for he is an abortion of hell. That story is untrue, said the king. It is all an invention of Prince Boguslav. But putting that affair aside, what do you know of Kmita in times previous? He was always a great soldier, and in military affairs incomparable. He used to steal up to Hovensky, so that with a few hundred people he brought the whole force of the enemy to misery. No other man could have done that. It is a miracle that the skin was not torn from him and stretched over a drum. If at that time someone had placed Prince Radziwill himself in the hands of Hovensky, he would not have given him so much pleasure as he would have had he made a present of Kmita. Why, it went so far that Kmita ate out of Hovensky's camp chests, slept on his rugs, rode in his sleighs and on his horse, but he was an infliction on his own people too, terribly self-willed. Like Pan Lashkish, he might have lined his cloak with sentences, and in Kaidani he was lost altogether. Here Wołodyjowski related in detail all that had happened in Kaidani. Jan Casimir listened eagerly, and when at last Pan Michael told how Zagloba had freed first himself and then all his comrades from Radzivill's captivity, the king held his sides for laughter. We're incomparabilis! We're incomparabilis! An incomparable man, he repeated. But is he here with you? At the command of your royal grace, answered Wołodyjowski. That noble surpasses Ulysses. Bring him to me to dinner for a pleasant hour, and also the Szyszutskis. And now tell me what you know more of Kmita. From letters from Andrzej Kmicic, we learned that we were sent to Bruges to die. The prince pursued us afterward and tried to surround us, but he did not take us. We escaped luckily, and that was not all, for not far from Kyedani we caught Kmita, whom I sent at once to be shot." "Oh," said the king, "I see that you had sharp work there in Lithuania." "But first Pan Zagloba had him searched to find letters on his person. In fact, a letter from the hetman was found, in which we learned that it had not been for Kmita we should not have been taken in Burji, but would have been shot without delay in Kyedani." "But you see," said the king. "In the view of that we could not take his life, we let him go. What he did further I know not, but he did not leave Radziwill at that time. God knows what kind of man he is. It is easier to form an opinion of anyone else than of such a whirlwind. He remained with Radziwill and then went somewhere. Later he warned us that the prince was marching from Kyedani. It is hard to belittle the notable service he did us, for had it not been for that warning Radziwill would have fallen on unprepared troops and destroyed the squadrons one after the other. I know not myself, gracious lord, what to think, whether that was a calumny which Prince Boguslav uttered." "That will appear at once," said the king, and he clapped his hands. "Call hither Pan Babinich," said he to a page who appeared on the threshold. The page vanished, and soon the door of the king's chamber opened, and in it stood Pan Andrzej. Wołodyjowski did not know him at once, for he had changed greatly and grown pale, as he had not recovered from the struggle in the pass. Pan Michael therefore looked at him without recognition. "It is a wonder," said he at last, "were it not for the thinness of lips and because your royal grace gives another name, I should say this is Pan Kmita." The king smiled and said, "This little knight has just told me of a terrible disturber of that name. But I explained as on my palm that he was deceived in his judgment, and I am sure that Pan Babinich will confirm what I say." "Gracious lord," answered Babinich, quickly, "one word for your grace will clear that disturber more than my greatest oath." "And the voice is the same," said Pan Michael with growing astonishment, "but that wound across the mouth was not there." "Worthy sir," answered Kmita, "the head of a noble is a register on which sometimes a man's hand writes with a saber. And here's your note. Recognize it?" He bowed his head, shaven at the sides, and pointed at the long whitish scar. "My hand!" cried Wołodyjowski. "But I say that you do not know Kmita," put in the king. "How is that, gracious lord?" "For you know a great soldier, but a self-willed one, an associate in the treason of Radziwill. But here stands the Hector of Chetsinova, to whom, next to Kordetsky, Yasna Gora owes most. Here stands the defender of the country and my faithful servant, who covered me with his own breast and saved my life when in the past I had fallen among the Swedes as among wolves. Such is this new Kmita. Know him and love him, for he deserves it." Wołodyjowski began to move his yellow mustaches, not knowing what to say, and the king added, "And know that not only did he promise Prince Boguslav nothing, but he began on him the punishment for Radziwill intrigues, for he seized him and intended to give him into your hands." "And he warned us against Prince Janusz," cried Wołodyjowski. "What angel converted you?" "Embrace each other," said the king. "I loved you at once," said Kmita to Wołodyjowski. Then they fell into each other's embraces, and the king looked on them, and pursed out his lips with delight, time after time, as was his habit. But Kmita embraced the little knight with such feeling that he raised him as he would a cat, and not soon did he place him back on his feet. Then the king went to the daily council, for the two hetmans of the kingdom had come to Lvov. They were to form the army there, and lead it later to the aid of Charnyetski, and the Confederate divisions marching under various leaders throughout the country. The knights were alone. "Come to my quarters," said Wołodyjowski. "You will find there Pan Yan, Pan Stanislav, and Zagloba, who will be glad to hear what the king has told me. There too is Charlamp." But Kmita approached the little knight with great disquiet on his face. "Did you find many people with Radziwill?" asked he. "Of officers, Charlamp alone was there." "I do not ask about the military, but about women." "I know what you mean," answered Pan Michael, flushing somewhat. "Prince Boguslav took Panna Bilevich to Taruogi." Kmita's face changed at once. First it was pale as parchment, then purple, and again whiter than before. He did not find words at once, but his nostrils quivered while he was catching breath, which apparently failed in his breast. Then he seized his temples with both hands, and running through the room like a madman began to repeat, "Woe to me! Woe! Woe!" "Come, Kharlamp will tell you better, for he was present," said Wołodyjowski. End of chapter 17. Recording by Elsie Selwyn.
Chapter 18 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Kristen Hand. The Deluge, Volume 2 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 18. When they had left the king's chamber, the two knights walked on in silence. Wołodyjowski did not wish to speak. Kmita was unable to utter a word, for pain and rage were gnawing him. They broke through the crowds of people who had collected in great numbers on the streets in consequence of tidings that the first detachment of the Tartars promised by the Khan had arrived, and was to enter the city to be presented to the king. The little knight led on. Kmita hastened after him like one beside himself, with his cap pulled over his eyes, and stumbling against men on the way. When they had come to a more spacious place, Pan Michael seized Kmita by the wrist and said, "Control yourself. Despair will do nothing." "I am not in despair," answered Kmita, "but I want his blood." "You may be sure to find him among the enemies of the country." "So much the better," answered Kmita feverishly. "But even should I find him in the church—" "In God's name, do not commit sacrilege," interrupted the little colonel quickly. "That traitor will bring me to sin." They were silent for a time. Then Kmita asked, "Where is he now?" "Maybe in Trilogy, and maybe not. Kharlamp will know better." "Let us go." "It is not far. The squadron is outside the town, but we are here, and Kharlamp is with us." Then Kmita began to breathe heavily, like a man going up a steep mountain. "I am fearfully weak yet," said he. "You need moderation, all the more, since you will have to deal with such a knight." "I had him once, and here is what remained." Kmita pointed to the scar on his face. "Tell me how it was, for the king barely mentioned it." Kmita began to tell, and though he gritted his teeth and even threw his cap on the ground, still his mind escaped from misfortune, and he calmed himself somewhat. "I knew that you were daring," said Wołodyjowski, "but to carry off Radziwill from the middle of his own squadron, I did not expect that, even of you." Meanwhile they arrived at the quarters. Pan Yan and Pan Stanislav, Zagloba, Genzian, and Kharlamp were looking at Crimean coats made of sheepskin, which a trading Tartar had brought. Kharlamp, who knew Kmita better, recognized him at one glance of the eye, and dropping the coat, exclaimed, "Jesus Mary!" "May the name of the Lord be praised!" cried Genzian. But before all had recovered breath after the wonder, Wołodyjowski said, "I present to you, gentlemen, the Hector of Czestochowa, the faithful servant of the king, who has shed his blood for the faith, the country, and the sovereign." When astonishment had grown still greater, the worthy Pan Michael began to relate with enthusiasm what he had heard from the king of Kmita's services, and from Pan Andrzej himself of the seizure of Prince Boguslav. At last he finished thus: "Not only is what Prince Boguslav told of this knight not true, but the prince has no greater enemy than Pan Kmita, and therefore he has taken Pan Abilievich from Kyedani, so as to pour out on him in some way his vengeance. And this cavalier has saved our lives and warned the Confederates against Prince Janusz," cried Zagloba. "In view of such services, previous offenses are nothing. As God lives, it is well that he came to us with you, Pan Michael, and not alone. It is well also that our squadron is outside the city, for there is a terrible hatred against him among the Lauda men, and before he could have uttered a syllable, they would have cut him to pieces." We greet you with full hearts as a brother and a future comrade, said Pan Yan. Kharlamp seized his head. Such men never sink, said he. They swim out on every side, and besides bring glory to the shore. Did I not tell you that? Cried Zagloba. The minute I saw him in Kyedani, I thought at once, that is a soldier, a man of courage. And you remember that we fell to kissing each other straightway. It is true that Radziwill was ruined through me, but also through him. God inspired me in Bielowicz not to let him be shot. Worthy gentlemen, it is not becoming to give a dry reception to a cavalier like him. He may think that we are hypocrites. When he heard this, Genzian packed off the Tartar with his coat and bustled around with the servant to get drinks. But Kmita was thinking only how to hear most quickly from Kharlamp about the removal of Olenka. Where were you then? Asked he. I scarcely ever left Kyedani, answered Great Nose. Prince Boguslav came to our Prince Voivode. He so dressed himself for supper that one's eyes ached in looking at him. It was clear that Pan Abilievich had pleased him mightily, for he was almost purring from pleasure, like a cat rubbed on the back. It is said that a cat repeats prayers, but if Boguslav prayed, he was praising the devil. Oh, but he was agreeable and sweet and pleasant spoken. Let that go, said Pan Michael. You cause too great pain to the knight. On the contrary, speak, speak, cried Kmita. He said then at table, continued Kharlamp, that it was no derogation even to a Radziwill to marry the daughter of a common noble, and that he himself would prefer such a lady to one of those princesses whom the King and Queen of France wished to give him, and whose names I cannot remember, for they sounded as when a man is calling hounds in the forest. Less of that, said Zagloba. He said it evidently to captivate the lady. We, knowing that, began one after another to look and to mutter, thinking truly that he was setting traps for the innocent. But she? Asked Kmita feverishly. She, like a maiden of high blood and lofty bearing, showed no satisfaction, did not look at him. But when Boguslav began to talk about you, she fixed her eyes on him quickly. It is terrible what happened when he said that you offered for so many ducats to seize the king and deliver him dead or alive to the Swedes. We thought the soul would go out of her, but her anger against you was so great that it overcame her woman's weakness. When he told her with what disgust he had rejected your offer, she began to respect him and look at him thankfully. Afterward, she did not withdraw her hand from him when he wished to escort her from the table. Kmita covered his eyes with his hands. Strike, strike, whoso believes in God, said he. Suddenly he sprang from his place. Farewell, gentlemen. How is this? Whither? Asked Zagloba, stopping the way. The king will give me permission. I will go and find him, said Kmita. By God's wounds, wait. You have not yet learned all, and to find him there is time. With whom will you go? Where will you find him? Kmita perhaps might not have obeyed, but strength failed him. He was exhausted from wounds, therefore he dropped on the bench, and resting his shoulders against the wall, closed his eyes. Zagloba gave him a glass of wine. He seized it with trembling hands, and spilling some on his beard and breast, drained it to the bottom. There is nothing lost, said Pan Yan, but the greatest prudence is needed, for you have an affair with a celebrated man. Through hurried action and sudden impulse, you may ruin Pan Abilievich and yourself. Hear Kharlamp to the end, said Zagloba. Kmita gritted his teeth. I am listening with patience. Whether the lady went willingly I know not, said Kharlamp, for I was not present at her departure. I know that the sword-bearer of Rossyeni protested when they urged him previously. Then they shut him up in the barracks, and finally he was allowed to go to Bielowicz without hindrance. The lady is in evil hands. This cannot be concealed, for according to what they say of the young prince, no Mussulman has such greed of the fair sex. If any fair head strikes his eye, though she be married, he is ready to disregard even that. Woe, woe, repeated Kmita. The scoundrel, cried Zagloba. But it is a wonder to me that the Prince Voivode gave her to Boguslav, said Pan Yan. I am not a statesman, therefore I repeat only what the officer said, and namely Ganhoff, who knew all the secrets of the prince. I heard with my own ears how someone cried out in his presence, 'Kmita will have nothing after our young prince,' and Ganhoff answered, 'There is more of politics in this removal than love. Prince Boguslav,' said he, 'lets no one off, but if the lady resists he will not be able to treat her like others, in Trilogy, for a noise would be made. Yanusha's princess is living there with her daughter, therefore Boguslav must be very careful, for he seeks the hand of his cousin. It will be hard for him to simulate virtue,' said he, 'but he must in Trilogy.'" "A stone has of course fallen from your heart," cried Zagloba, "for from this it is clear that nothing threatens the lady." "But why did they take her away?" cried Kmita. "It is well that you turn to me," said Zagloba, "for I reason out quickly more than one thing over which another would break his head for a whole year in vain. Why did he take her away? I do not deny that she must have struck his eye, but he took her away to restrain through her all the Bieviches, who are numerous and powerful, from rising against the Radzivills." "That may be," said Kharlamp. "It is certain that in Trilogy he must curb himself greatly. There he cannot go to extremes." "Where is he now?" "The Prince Voivode supposed in Tykotsin that he must be at Elbang with the King of Swedes, to whom he had to go for reinforcements. It is certain that he is not in Trilogy at present, for envoys did not find him there." Here Kharlamp turned to Kmita. "If you wish to listen to a simple soldier, I will tell you what I think. If any misadventure has happened to Panna Biević in Trilogy, or if this prince has been able to arouse in her affection, you have no reason to go. But if not, if she is with Yanusha's widow and will go with her to Courland, it will be safer there than elsewhere, and a better place could not be found for her in this whole Commonwealth covered with the flames of war." "If you are a man of such courage as they say, and as I myself think," added Pan Yan, "you have first to get Boguslav, and when you have him in your hands, you have all." "Where is he now?" repeated Kmita, turning to Kharlamp. "I have told you already," answered Great Nose, "but you are forgetful from sorrow. I suppose that he is in Elblang, and certainly will take the field with Karl Gustav against Charnyetski." "You will do best if you go with us to Charnyetski, for in this way you will soon meet Boguslav," said Wołodyjowski. "I thank you, gentlemen, for kindly advice," cried Kmita, and he began to take hasty farewell of all, and they did not detain him, knowing that a suffering man is not good for the cup or for converse. But Pan Michael said, "I will attend you to the Archbishop's palace, for you are so reduced that you may fall somewhere on the street." "And I," said Pan Yan. "Then we will all go," put in Zagloba. They girded on their sabers, put on warm burkas, and went out. On the streets there was still more people than before. Every moment the knights met groups of armed nobles, soldiers, servants of magnates and nobles, Armenians, Jews, Wallachians, Russian peasants from the suburbs burned down during the 2 attacks of Hmelnitsky. Merchants were standing before their shops. The windows of the houses were filled with heads of curious people. All were repeating that the Chamberlain had come, and would soon march through the city to be presented to the king. Every living person wished to see that Chamberlain, for it was a great rarity to look on Tartars marching in peace through the streets of a city. In other temper had Lvov seen these guests hitherto. The city had seen them only beyond the walls, in the form of impenetrable clouds on the background of flaming suburbs and neighboring villages. Now they were to march in as allies against Sweden. Our knights were barely able to open a way for themselves through the throng. Every moment there were cries, "They are coming! They are coming!" People ran from street to street and were packed in such masses that not a step forward was possible. "Ha!" said Zagloba. "Let us stop a little, Pan Michael. They will remind us of the near past, for we did not look sidewise, but straight into the eyes of these bull drivers. And I, too, have been in captivity among them. They say that the future Khan is as much like me as one cup is like another. But why talk of past follies?" "They are coming! They are coming!" cried the people again. "God has changed the hearts of the dog brothers," continued Zagloba, "so that instead of ravaging the Russian borders, they come to aid us. This is a clear miracle. For I tell you that if for every pagan whom this old hand has sent to hell, one of my sins had been forgiven, I should be canonized now, and people would have to fast on the eve of my festival, or I should have been swept up living to heaven in a chariot of fire." "And do you remember," asked Wołodyjowski, "how it was with them when they were returning from the Validinka from Rashkov to Zabraj?" "Of course I do, Pan Michael. But somehow you fell into a hole, and I chased through the thick wood to the high road. And when we came back to find you, the knights could not restrain their astonishment, for at each bush lay a dead beast of a Tartar." Pan Wołodyjowski remembered that at the time in question it was just the opposite, but he said nothing, for he was wonderfully astonished, and before he could recover breath, voices were shouting for the 10th time, "They are coming! They are coming!" The shout became general, then there was silence, and all heads were turned in the direction from which the chamber was to come. Now piercing music was heard in the distance, the crowds began to open from the middle of the street towards the walls of the houses, and from the end appeared the first Tartar horsemen. "See, they have a band even! That is uncommon with Tartars." "They wish to make the best impression," said Pan Yan, "but still some chambuls, after they have lived long in camp, have their own musicians. That must be a choice body." Meanwhile, the horsemen had come up and begun to ride past. In front on a pied horse sat a Tartar holding 2 pipes in his mouth, and as tawny as if he had been dried and smoked. Bending his head backward and closing his eyes, he ran his fingers over the pipes, obtaining from them notes squeaking, sharp, and so quick that the ear could barely catch them. After him rode 2 others holding staffs furnished at the ends with brass rattles, and they were shaking these rattles as if in a frenzy. Farther back, some were making shrill sounds with brass plates, some were beating drums, while others were playing in Cossack fashion on turbans. And all, with the exception of the pipers, were singing, or rather howling, from moment to moment, a wild song, at the same time showing their teeth and rolling their eyes. After that chaotic music, which went like a brawl past the dwellers in Lvov, clattered horses 4 abreast, the whole party was made up of about 400 men. This was in fact a chosen body, as a specimen, and to do honor to the King of Poland for his own use, and as an earnest sent by the Khan. They were led by Akba Ulan of Dobruja, therefore of the sturdiest Tartars in battle, an old and experienced warrior, greatly respected in the Ulysses, Tartar villages, because of his bravery and severity. He rode between the music and the rest of the party, dressed in a shuba of rose-colored velvet, but greatly faded, and too narrow for his powerful person. It was lined with tattered marten skin. He held in front of him a baton, like those used by Cossack colonels. His red face had become blue from the cold wind, and he swayed somewhat on his lofty saddle. From one moment to another he looked from side to side, or turned his face around to his Tartars, as if not perfectly sure that they could restrain themselves at the sight of the crowds, the women, the children, the open shops, the rich goods, and that they would not rush with a shout at those wonders. But they rode on quietly, like dogs led by chains and fearing the lash, and only from their gloomy and greedy glances might it be inferred what was passing in the souls of those barbarians. The crowds gazed on them with curiosity, though almost with hostility, so great in those parts of the Commonwealth was hatred of the pagan. From time to time cries were heard, "Ahoo! Ahoo!" as if at wolves. Still there were some who expected much from them. "The Swedes have a terrible fear of the Tartars, and the soldiers tell wonders of them, from which their fear increases," said some, looking at the Tartars. "And justly," answered others. "It is not for the cavalry of Karl to war with the Tartars, who, especially those of the Dobruja, are equal sometimes to our cavalry. Before a Swedish horseman can look around, the Tartar will have him on a lariat." "It is a sin to call sons of pagans to aid us," said some voice. "Sin or no sin, they will serve us." "A very decent chambul," said Zagloba. Really, the Tartars were well dressed in white, black, and party-colored sheepskin coats, the wool on the outside. Black bows and quivers full of arrows were shaking on their shoulders. Each had besides a saber, which was not always the case in large chambles, for the poorest were not able to obtain such a luxury, using in hand-to-hand conflict a horse skull fastened to a club. But these were men, as was said, to be exhibited. Therefore some of them even had muskets in felt cases, and all were sitting on good horses, small it is true, rather lean and short, with long forelocks on their faces, but of incomparable swiftness. In the center of the party went also 4 camels. The crowd concluded that in their packs were presents from the Khan to the king, but in that they were mistaken, for the Khan chose to take gifts, not give them. He promised, it is true, reinforcements, but not for nothing. When they had passed, Zagloba said, "That aid will cost dear. Though allies, they will ruin the country. After the Swedes and them, there will not be one sound roof in the Commonwealth." "It is sure that they are terribly grievous allies," said Pan Yan. "I have heard on the road," said Pan Michael, "that the king has made a treaty, that to every 500 of the horde is to be given one of our officers, who is to have command and the right of punishment. Otherwise these friends would leave only heaven and earth behind them." "But this is a small chamble. What will the king do with it?" "The Khan sent them to be placed at the disposal of the king almost as a gift, and though he will make account of them, still the king can do what he likes with them, and undoubtedly he will send them with us to Charnyetski." "Well, Charnyetski will be able to keep them in bounds?" "Not unless he's among them, otherwise they will plunder. It cannot be, but they will give them an officer at once." "And will he lead them?" "But what will that big Aga do?" "If he does not meet a fool, he will carry out orders." "Farewell, gentlemen," cried Kmita on a sudden. "Whither in such haste?" "To fall at the king's feet, and to ask him to give me command of these people." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Kristen Hand. The Deluge, Volume 2 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 19. That same day Akba Ulan beat with his forehead to the king, and delivered to him letters of the Khan, in which the latter repeated his promise of moving with 100,000 of the horde against the Swedes, when 40,000 thalers were paid to him in advance, and when the first grass was on the fields, without which, in a country so ruined by war, it would be difficult to maintain such a great number of horses. As to that small chamble, the Khan had sent it to his dearest brother as a proof of his favor, so that the Cossacks, who were still thinking of disobedience, might have an evident sign that this favor endures steadily, and let but the first sound of rebellion reach the ears of the Khan, his vengeful anger will fall on all Cossacks. The king received Akba Ulan affably, and presenting him with a beautiful steed, said that he would send him soon to Pan Charnyetski in the field, for he wished to convince the Swedes by facts that the Khan was giving aid to the Commonwealth. The eyes of the Tartar glittered when he heard of service under Charnyetski, for knowing him from the time of former wars in the Ukraine, he, in common with all the Agas, admired him. But he was less pleased with the part of the Khan's letter which asked the king to attach to the chamble an officer who knew the country well, who would lead the party and restrain the men, and also Akba Ulan himself, from plunder and excesses. Akba Ulan would have preferred certainly not to have such a patron over him, but since the will of the Khan and the king were explicit, he merely beat with his forehead once more, hiding carefully his vexation, and perhaps promising in his soul that he would not bow down before the patron, but the patron before him. Barely had the Tartar gone out and the senators withdrawn, when Kmita, who had an audience at once, fell at the feet of the king and said, "Gracious lord, I am not worthy of the favor for which I ask, but I said as much by it as by life itself. Permit me to take command over these Tartars and move to the field with them at once." "I do not refuse," answered the astonished Yan Kazimir. "For a better leader it would be difficult to find. A cavalier of great daring and resolve is needed to hold them in check, or they will begin straightway to burn and murder our people. To this only am I firmly opposed, that you go tomorrow, before your flesh has healed from the wounds made by Swedish rapiers. I feel that as soon as the wind blows around me in the field, my weakness will pass, and strength will enter me again. As to the Tartars, I will manage them and bend them into soft wax." "But why in such haste? Whither are you going?" "Against the Swedes, gracious lord. I have nothing to wait for here, since what I wanted I have, that is your favor and pardon for my former offenses. I will go to Charnyetski with Wołodyjowski, or I will attack the enemy separately, as I did once Hovanski, and I trust in God that I shall have success." "It must be that something else is drawing you to the field." "I will confess this to a father and open my whole soul. Prince Boguslav, not content with the calumny which he cast on me, has taken that maiden from Kyedani and confined her in Trilogy, or worse, for he is attacking her honesty, her virtue, her honor as a woman. Gracious lord, the reason is confused in my head when I think in what hands the poor girl is at present. By the passion of the Lord, these wounds pain less. That maiden thinks to this moment that I offered that damned soul, that arch cur, to raise hands on your royal grace, and she holds me the lowest of all the degenerate. I cannot endure, I am not able to endure, till I find her, till I free her. Give me those Tartars, and I swear that I will not do my own work alone, but I will crush so many Swedes that the court of this castle might be paved with their skulls." "Calm yourself," said the king. "If I had to leave service and the defense of majesty and the Commonwealth for my own cause, it would be a shame for me to ask. But here one unites with the other. The time has come to beat the Swedes. I will do nothing else. The time has come to hunt a traitor. I will hunt him to Livland, to Courland, and even as far as the Northerners, or beyond the sea to Sweden, should he hide there. We have information that Boguslav will move very soon with Karl from Elblang. Then I will go to meet them. With such a small chamber, they will cover you with a cap. Hovanski with 80,000 was covering me, but he did not succeed. All the loyal army is under Charnyetski. They will strike Charnyetski first of all. I will go to Charnyetski. It is needful to give him aid the more quickly. You will go to Charnyetski, but to Trilogy with such a small number you cannot go. Radziwill delivered all the castles in Jmud to the enemy, and Swedish garrisons are stationed everywhere. But Trilogy, it seems, is somewhere on the boundary of Prussia? On the very boundary of electoral Prussia, but on our side, and 20 miles from Tilsta. Wherever I have to go, I will go, and not only will I not lose men, but crowds of daring soldiers will gather to me on the road. And consider this, gracious lord, that wherever I show myself, the whole neighborhood will mount against the Swedes. First, I will rouse Jmud, if no one else does it. What place may not be reached now, when the whole country is boiling like water in a pot? I am accustomed to be in a boil. But you do not think of this. Perhaps the Tartars will not like to go so far with you. Only let them not like, only let them try to not like, said Kmita, gritting his teeth at the very thought. As there are 400, or whatever number there is of them, I'll have all 400 hanged. There will be no lack of trees. Just let them try to rebel against me. Yandrek, cried the king, falling into good humor and pursing his lips. As God is dear to me, I cannot find a better shepherd for those lambs. Take them and lead them wherever it pleases thee most. I give thanks, gracious lord, said the knight, pressing the knees of the king. When do you wish to start? Asked Yan Kazimir. God willing, tomorrow. Maybe Akba Ulan will not be ready, because his horses are road-weary. Then I will have him lashed to a saddle with a lariat, and he will go on foot if he spares his horse. I see that you will get on with him. Still, use mild measures while possible. But now, Yendrik, it is late. Tomorrow I wish to see you again. Meanwhile, take this ring, tell your royalist lady that you have it from the king, and tell her that the king commands her to love firmly his faithful servant and defender." "God grant me," said the young hero with tears in his eyes, "not to die save in defense of your royal grace." Here the king withdrew, for it was already late, and Kmita went to his own quarters to prepare for the road and to think what to begin and whither he ought to go first. He remembered the words of Kharlamp, that should it appear that Boguslav was not in Tarogi, it would really be better to leave the maiden there, for from Tarogi being near the boundary, it was easy to take refuge in Tilsta, under care of the elector. Moreover, though the Swedes had abandoned in his last need the voivoda of Vilna, it was reasonable to expect that they would have regard for his widow. Hence, if Olenka was under her care, no evil could meet her. If they had gone to Courland, that was still better. "And to Courland I cannot go with my Tartars," said Kmita to himself, "for that is another state." He walked then and worked with his head. Hour followed hour, but he did not think of rest, and the thought of his new expedition so cheered him, that though that day he was weak in the morning, he felt now that his strength was returning. He was ready to mount in a moment. The servants at last had finished tying the saddle straps and were preparing to sleep, when all at once someone began to scratch at the door of the room. "Who is there?" asked Kmita. Then to his attendant, "Go and see." He went, and after he had spoken to someone outside the door, he returned. "Some soldier wants to see your grace greatly. He says that his name is Soroka." "By the dear God, let him in," called Kmita, and without waiting for the attendant to carry out the order, he sprang to the door. "Come in, dear Soroka, come hither." The soldier entered the room, and with his first movement wished to fall at the feet of his colonel, for he was a friend and a servant as faithful as he was attached, but soldierly subordination carried the day. Therefore he stood erect and said, "At the orders of your grace." "Be greeted, dear comrade, be greeted," said Kmita with emotion. "I thought they had cut you to pieces in Chenstohova." And he pressed Soroka's head, and then began to shake him, which he could do without lowering himself too much, for Soroka was descended from village nobility. Then the old sergeant fell to embracing Kmita's knees. "Whence do you come?" asked Kmita. "From Chenstohova." "And you were looking for me?" "Yes." "And from whom did you learn that I was alive?" "From Kuklinovski's men. The prior, Kordetsky, celebrated high mass from delight in thanksgiving to God. Then there was a report that Pan Babinich had conducted the king through the mountains, so I knew that that was your grace, no one else." "And Father Kordetsky is well?" "Well, only it is unknown whether the angels will not take him alive to heaven any day, for he is a saint." "Surely he is nothing else. Where did you discover that I came with the king to Lvov?" "I thought, since you conducted the king, you must be near him, but I was afraid that your grace might move to the field and that I should be too late." "Tomorrow I go with the Tartars." "Then it has happened well, for I bring your grace 2 full belts, one which I wore and the other you carried, and besides those precious stones which we took from the caps of boyars, and those which your grace took when we seized the treasury of Hovanski." "Those were good times when we gathered in wealth, but there cannot be much of it now, for I left a good bit with Father Kordetsky." "I do not know how much, but the prior himself said that 2 good villages might be bought with it." Then Soroka drew near the table and began to remove the belts from his body. "And the stones are in this canteen," added he, putting the canteen near the belts. Kmita made no reply, but shook in his hand some gold ducats without counting them, and said to the sergeant, "Take these." "I fall at the feet of your grace. Ay, if I had had on the road 1 such ducat." "How is that?" "Because I am terribly weak. There are few places now where they will give 1 morsel of bread to a man, for all are afraid, and at last I barely dragged my feet forward from hunger." "By the dear God! But you had all this with you." "I dared not use it without leave." "Take this," said Kmita, giving him another handful. Then he cried to the servants, "Now, scoundrels, give him to eat in less time than a man might say, 'Our Father,' or I'll take your heads." They sprang one in front of another, and in a little while there was an enormous dish of smoked sausage before Soroka, and a flask of vodka. The soldier fastened his eyes greedily on the food, and his lips and mustaches were quivering, but he dared not sit in presence of the colonel. "Sit down, eat," commanded Kmita. Kmita had barely spoken when a dry sausage was crunching between the powerful jaws of Soroka. The two attendants looked on him with protruding eyes. "Be off," cried Kmita. They sprang out with all breath through the door. Out the knight walked with hasty steps up and down the room, not wishing to interrupt his faithful servant. But he, as often as he poured out a glass of vodka, looked sidewise at the colonel, fearing to find a frown. Then he emptied the glass and turned toward the wall. Kmita walked. At last he began to speak to himself. "It cannot be otherwise," muttered he. "It is needful to send him. I will give orders to tell her. No use, she will not believe. She will not read a letter, for she holds me a traitor and a dog. Let him not come in her way, but let him see and tell me what is taking place there." Then he said on a sudden, "Soroka." The soldier sprang up so quickly that he came near overturning the table, and straightened as straight as a string. "According to order. You are an honest man, and in need you are cunning. You will go on a long road, but not on a hungry one." "According to order. To Tilsa, on the Prussian border. There Panya Bilovich is living in the castle of Boguslav Radziwill. You will learn if the prince is there and have an eye on everything. Do not try to see Panna Bilovich, but should a meeting happen of itself, tell her and swear that I brought the king through the mountains, and that I am near his person. She will surely not give you credit, for the prince has defamed me, saying that I wished to attempt the life of the king, which is a lie befitting a dog. According to order. Do not try to see her, as I have said, for she will not believe you, but if you meet by chance, tell her what you know. Look at everything and listen, but take care of yourself, for if the prince is there and recognizes you, or if anyone from his court recognizes you, you will be impaled on a stake. I would send old Kmicic, but he is in the other world, slain in the past, and his sons are too dull. They will go with me. Have you been in Tilsa?" "I have not, your grace." "You will go to Schutzchen, thence along the Prussian boundary to Tilsa. Trilogy is 20 miles distant from Tilsa and opposite on our side. Stay in Trilogy till you have seen everything, then come to me. You will find me where I shall be. Ask for the Tartars and Pan Babinich. And now go to sleep with the Kmicics. Tomorrow for the road." After these words Soroka went out. Kmita did not lie down to sleep for a long time, but at last weariness overcame him. Then he threw himself on the bed and slept a stone sleep. Next morning he rose greatly refreshed and stronger than the day before. The whole court was already on foot, and the usual activity had begun. Kmita went first to the chancellery for his commission and safe conduct. He visited Subagazi Bey, chief of the Khan's embassy in Lvov, and had a long conversation with him. During that conversation, Pan Andrei put his hand twice in his purse, so that when he was going out, Subagazi Bey changed caps with him, gave him a baton of green feathers and some yards of an equally green cord of silk. Armed in this fashion, Pan Andrei returned to the king, who had just come from mass. Then the young man fell once more at the knees of the sovereign. After that he went, together with the Kmicics and his attendants, directly to the palace where Akba Ulan was quartered with his chambel. At sight of him the old Tartar put his hand to his forehead, his mouth, and his breast. But learning who Kmita was and why he had come, he grew severe at once. His face became gloomy and was veiled with haughtiness. "And the king has sent you to me as a guide," he said to Kmita in broken Russian. "You will show me the road, though I should be able to go myself wherever it is needed, and you are young and inexperienced." "He indicates in advance what I am to be," thought Kmita, "but I will be polite to him as long as I can." Then he said aloud, "Akba Ulan, the king has sent me here as a chief, not as a guide, and I tell you this, that you will do better not to oppose the will of his grace." "The Khan makes appointments over the Tartars, not the king," answered Akba Ulan. "Akba Ulan," repeated Kmita with emphasis, "the Khan has made a present of thee to the king, as he would a dog or a falcon. Therefore show no disrespect to him, lest thou be tied like a dog with a rope." "Allah!" cried the astonished Tartar. "Hi! Have a care that thou anger me not," said Kmita. Akba Ulan's eyes became bloodshot. For a time he could not utter a word. The veins on his neck were swollen. His hands sought his dagger. I'll bite, said he with stifled voice. But Pan Andrzej, though he had promised to be polite, had had enough, for by nature he was very excitable. In one moment, therefore, something struck him as if a serpent had stung. He seized the Tartar by the thin beard with his whole hand, and pushing back his head as if he wished to show him something on the ceiling, he began to talk through his set teeth. "Hear me, son of a goat. Thou wouldst like to have no one above thee, so as to burn, rob, and slaughter. Thou wouldst have me as a guide. Here is thy guide. Thou hast a guide." And thrusting him to the wall, he began to pound his head against a corner of it. He let him go at last, completely stunned, but not looking for his knife now. Kmita, following the impulse of his hot blood, discovered the best method of convincing Oriental people accustomed to slavery. For in the pounded head of the Tartar, in spite of all the rage which was stifling him, the thought gleamed at once how powerful and commanding must that knight be who could act in this manner with him, Akban Ulan. And with his bloody lips he repeated 3 times, "Bagadir," hero, "Bagadir, Bagadir." Kmita meanwhile placed on his own head the cap of Subagarazi, drew forth the green baton, which he had kept behind his belt of purpose till that moment, and said, "Look at these, slave, and these." "Allah!" exclaimed the astonished Ulan. "And here," added Kmita, taking the cord from his pocket. But Akban Ulan was already lying at his feet and striking the floor with his forehead. An hour later the Tartars were marching out in a long line over the road from Lvov to Vielki Oki, and Kmita, sitting on a valiant chestnut steed which the king had given him, drove along the Chambel as a shepherd dog drives sheep. Akba Ulan looked at the young hero with wonder and fear. The Tartars, who were judges of warriors, divined at the first glance that under that leader there would be no lack of blood and plunder, and went willingly with singing and music. And Kmita's heart swelled within him when he looked at those forms, resembling beasts of the wilderness, for they were dressed in sheepskin and camelskin coats with the wool outside. The wave of wild heads shook with the movements of the horses. He counted them and was thinking how much he could undertake with that force. "It is a peculiar body," thought he, "and it seems to me as if I were leading a pack of wolves. And with such men precisely would it be possible to run through the whole Commonwealth and trample all Prussia. Wait a while, Prince Boguslav." Here, boastful thoughts began to flow into his head, for he was inclined greatly to boastfulness. "God has given man adroitness," said he to himself. "Yesterday I had only the 2 Kyemliches, but today 400 horses are clattering behind me. Only let the dance begin. I shall have 1,000 or 2 of such roisterers as my old comrades would not be ashamed of. Wait a while, Boguslav." But after a moment he added, to quiet his own conscience, "and I shall serve also the king and country." He fell into excellent humor. This too pleased him greatly, that nobles, Jews, peasants, even large crowds of general militia could not guard themselves from fear in the first moment at the sight of his Tartars. And there was a fog, for the thaw had filled the air with vapor. It had happened then every little while that someone rode up near, and seeing all at once whom they had before them, cried out, "The Word is made flesh! Jesus, Mary, Joseph! The Tartars, the horde!" But the Tartars passed peacefully the equipages, loaded wagons, herds of horses and travelers. It would have been different had the leader permitted, but they dare not undertake anything of their own will, for they had seen how at starting Akba Ulan had held the stirrup of that leader. Now Lvov had vanished in the distance beyond the mist. The Tartars had ceased to sing, and the Chambel moved slowly amid the clouds of steam rising from the horses. All at once the tramp of a horse was heard behind. In a moment 2 horsemen appeared. One of them was Pan Michael, the other was the tenant of Van Sosh. Both, passing the chamber, pushed straight to Kmita. "Stop! Stop!" cried the little knight. Kmita held in his horse. "Is that you?" Pan Michael reined in his horse. "With the forehead," said he. "Letters from the king, one to you, the other to the voevoda of Vityebsk." "I am going to Pan Charnyetski, not to Sapyeha." "But read the letter." Kmita broke the seal and read as follows. "We learn through a courier just arrived from the voevoda of Vityebsk that he cannot march thither to Little Poland and is turning back again to Podlyasy because Prince Boguslav, who is not with the King of Sweden, has planned to fall upon Tykotsin and Pan Sapyeha. And since he must leave a great part of his troops in garrisons, we order you to go to his assistance with that Tartar chamber. And since your own wish is thus gratified, we need not urge you to hasten. The other letter you will give to the voevoda. In it we command Pan Babinich, our faithful servant, to the good will of the voevoda, and above all to the protection of God. Jan Casimir, King." "By the dear God! By the dear God! This is happy news for me," cried Kmita. "I know not how to thank the king and you for it." "I offered myself to come," said the little knight, "out of compassion, for I saw your pain. I came so that the letters might reach you surely." "When did the courier arrive?" "We were with the king at dinner. I, Pan Yan, Pan Stanislav, Karalamp, and Zagloba. You cannot imagine what Zagloba told there about the carelessness of Sapyeha and his own services. It is enough that the king cried from continual laughter, and both hetmans were holding their sides all the time. At last the chamber servant came with a letter, when the king burst out, "Go to the hangman, maybe evil news will spoil my fun." When he learned that it was from Pan Sapyeha, he began to read it. Indeed, he read evil news, for that was confirmed which had long been discussed. The elector had broken all his oaths, and against his own rightful sovereign had joined the king of Sweden at last. "Another enemy, as if there were few of them hitherto," cried Kmita, and he folded his hands. "Great God, only let Pan Sapyeha send for me a week to Prussia, and God the Merciful grant that 10 generations will remember me and my Tartars." "Perhaps you will go there," said Pan Michael, "but first you must defeat Boguslav, for as a result of that treason of the elector is he furnished with men and permitted to go to Podlyasy." "Then we shall meet, as today is today. As God is in heaven, so shall we meet," cried Kmita, with flashing eyes. "If you had brought me the appointment of voevoda of Vilna, it would not have given me more pleasure." The king too cried at once, "There is an expedition ready for Yendrik, from which the soul will rejoice in him. He wanted to send his servant after you, but I said I will go myself. I will take farewell of him once more." Kmita bent on his horse and seized the little knight in his embrace. "A brother would not have done for me what you have done. God grant me to thank you in some way." "Tfu! Did I not want to shoot you?" "I deserved nothing better. Never mind. May I be slain in the first battle if in all knighthood I love a man more than I love you." Then they began to embrace again at parting, and Wołodyjowski said, "Be careful with Boguslav. Be careful, for it is no easy matter with him. For one of us death is written. Ay, if you who are a genius at the saber could discover your secrets to me. But there is no time. As it is, may the angels help me, and I will see his blood, or my eyes will close forever on the light of day." "God aid you. A lucky journey, and give Angelica to those traitors of Prussians," said Wołodyjowski. "Be sure on that part, the disgusting Lutherans." Here Wołodyjowski nodded to Jendzian, who during this time was talking to Akba Ulan, explaining the former successes of Kmita over Hovanski, and both rode back to Lvov. Then Kmita turned his chamble on the spot, as a driver turns his wagon, and went straight toward the north. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 20. Though the Tartars, and especially those of the Dobruja, knew how to stand breast to breast against armed men in the field, their most cherished warfare was the slaughter of defenseless people, the seizing of women and peasants captive, and above all, plunder. The road was very bitter, therefore, to that chambul which Kmita led, for under his iron hand these wild warriors had to become lambs, keep their knives in the sheaths, and the quenched tinder and coiled ropes in their saddle-bags. They murmured at first. Near Tornogrod a few remained behind, of purpose to let free the red birds in Chmielewsk, and to frolic with the women. But Kmita, who had pushed on toward Tomashov, returned at sight at the first gleam of fire, and commanded the guilty to hang the guilty. And he had gained such control of Akbaulan that the old Tartar not only did not resist, but he urged the condemned to hang quickly, or the Bogadir would be angry. Thenceforth the lambs marched quietly, crowding more closely together through villages and towns, lest suspicion might fall on them. And the execution, though Kmita carried it out so severely, did not rouse even ill will or hatred against him. Such fortune had that fighter, that his subordinates felt just as much love for him as they did fear. It is true that Pan Andrei permitted no one to wrong them. The country had been terribly ravaged by the recent attack on Khmelnytsky and Sheremetyev. Therefore it was difficult to find provisions and pasture as before harvest, and besides everything had to be in time and in plenty. In Krenitsy, where the townspeople offered resistance and would not furnish supplies, Pan Andrei ordered that some of them be beaten with sticks, and the under starosta he stretched out with a blow of a whirl-bat. This delighted the horde immensely, and hearing with pleasure the uproar of the beaten people, they said among themselves, our Babinich is a falcon, he lets no man offend his lambs. It is enough that not only did they not grow thin, but the men and horses improved in condition. Old Ulan, whose stomach had expanded, looked with growing wonder on the young hero and clicked his tongue. If Allah were to give me a son, I should like such a one. I should not die of hunger in my old age in the Wolus, repeated he. But Kmita from time to time struck him on the stomach and said, Here listen, wild boar. If the Swedes do not open your paunch, you will hide the contents of all cupboards inside it. Where are the Swedes? Our ropes will rot, our bows will be mildewed, answered Ulan, who was homesick for war. They were advancing indeed through a country to which a Swedish foot had not been able to come, but farther they would pass through one in which there had been garrisons afterward driven out by Confederates. They met everywhere smaller and larger bands of armed nobles, marching in various directions, and not smaller bands of peasants, who more than once stopped the road to them threateningly, and to whom it was often difficult to explain that they had to do with friends and servants of the King of Poland. They came at last to Zamost. The Tartars were amazed at sight of this mighty fortress. But what did they think when told that no long before it had stopped the whole power of Khmelnytsky? Pan Zamoyski, the owner by inheritance, permitted them as a mark of great affection and favor to enter the town. They were admitted through a brick gate, while the other two were stone. Kmita himself did not expect to see anything similar, and he could not recover from astonishment at sight of the broad streets, built-in straight lines, Italian fashion, at sight of the splendid college, and the academy, the castle, walls, the great cannon, and every kind of provision. As few among magnates could be compared with the grandson of the great chancellor, so there were few fortresses that could be compared with Zamost. But the greatest ecstasy seized the Tartars when they saw the Armenian part of the town. Their nostrils drew in greedily the odor of Morocco, a great manufacture of which was carried on by industrial immigrants from Kaffa, and their eyes laughed at the sight of the dried fruits and confectionery, Eastern carpets, girdles, inlaid sabers, daggers, bows, Turkish lamps, and every kind of costly article. The cup-bearer of the kingdom himself pleased Kmita's heart greatly. He was a genuine kinglet in that Zamost of his, a man in the strength of his years, a fine presence, though lacking somewhat robustness, for he had not restrained sufficiently the ardors of nature in early years. He had always loved the fair sex, but his health had not been shaken to that degree that joyousness had vanished from his face. So far he had not married, and though the most renowned houses in the Commonwealth had opened wide their doors, he asserted that he could not find in them a sufficiently beautiful maiden. He found her somewhat later, in the person of a young French lady, who, though in love with another, gave him her hand without hesitation, not foreseeing that the first one, disregarded, would adorn in the future his own and her head with a kingly crown. The Lord of Zamost was not distinguished for quick wit, though he had enough for his own use. He did not strive for dignities and offices, though they came to him of themselves, and when his friends reproached him with a lack of native ambition, he answered, "It is not true that I lack it, for I have more than those who bow down. Why should I wear out the thresholds of the court? In Zamost I am not only Jan Zamoyski, but Sobie Pan Zamoyski," with which name he was very well pleased. He was glad to affect simple manners, though he had received a refined education, and had passed his youth in journeys through foreign lands. He spoke of himself as a common noble, and spoke emphatically of the moderateness of his station, perhaps so that others might contradict him, and perhaps so that they might not notice his medium wit. On the whole, he was an honorable man, and a better son of the Commonwealth than many others, and as he came near Kmita's heart, so did Kmita please him. Therefore he invited Pan Andrzej to the chambers of the castle and entertained him, for he loved this also, that men should exalt his hospitality. Pan Andrzej came to know in the castle many noted persons. Above all, Princess Griselda Wiśniewiecki, sister of Pan Zamoyski and widow of the great Jeremy, a man who in his time was well nigh the greatest in the Commonwealth, who nevertheless had lost his whole immense fortune in the time of the Cossack incursion, so that the princess was now living at Zamost on the bounty of her brother Jan. But that lady was so full of grandeur, of majesty and virtue, that her brother was the first to blow away the dust from before her, and moreover he feared her like fire. There was no case in which he did not gratify her wishes, nor an affair the most important concerning which he did not advise with her. The people of the castle said that the princess ruled Zamost, the army, the treasury, and her brother, but she did not wish to take advantage of her preponderance, being given with her whole soul to grief for her husband and to the education of her son. That son had recently returned for a short time from the court of Vienna, and was living with her. He was a youth in the springtime of life, but in vain did Kmita seek in him those marks which the son of the great Jeremy should bear in his features. The figure of the young prince was graceful, but he had a large, full face, and protruding eyes with a timid look. He had coarse lips, moist, as with people inclined to pleasures of the table. An immense growth of hair, black as a raven's wing, fell to his shoulders. He inherited from his father only that raven hair and dark complexion. Pan Andrzej was assured by those who were more intimate with the prince that he had a noble soul, unusual understanding, and a remarkable memory, thanks to which he was able to speak almost all languages, and that a certain heaviness of body and temperament, with a native greed for food, were the only defects of that otherwise remarkable young man. In fact, after he had entered into conversation with him, Pan Andrzej became convinced that the prince not only had an understanding mind and a striking judgment touching everything, but the gift of attracting people. Kmita loved him after the first conversation, with that feeling in which compassion is the greatest element. He felt that he would give much to bring back to that orphan the brilliant future which belonged to him by right of birth. Pan Andrzej convinced himself at the first dinner that what was said of the gluttony of Michael Wiśniewiecki was true. The young prince seemed to think of nothing save eating. His prominent eyes followed each dish uneasily, and when they brought him the platter he took an enormous quantity on his plate and ate ravenously, smacking his lips as only gluttons do. The marble face of the princess grew clouded with still greater sorrow at that sight. It became awkward for Kmita, so that he turned away his eyes and looked at Sobiepan, but Zamoyski was not looking either at Prince Michael or his own guest. Kmita followed his glance, and behind the shoulders of Princess Griselda he saw a wonderful sight indeed, which he had not hitherto noticed. It was the small pretty head of a maiden, who was as fair as milk, as red as a rose, and beautiful as an image. Short wavy locks ornamented her forehead. Her quick eyes were directed to the officers sitting near Zamoyski, not omitting Sobiepan himself. At last those eyes rested on Kmita, and looked at him fixedly, as full of coquetry, as if they intended to gaze into the depth of his heart. But Kmita was not easily confused. Therefore he began to look at once into those eyes with perfect insolence, and then he punched in the side Pan Szurski, lieutenant of the armored castle squadron at Zamost, who was sitting near him, and asked in an undertone, "But who is that tailed farthing?" "Worthy sir," answered Szurski aloud, "do not speak slightingly when you do not know of whom you are speaking. That is Pana Anusia Borzobogati, and you will not call her otherwise unless you wish to regret your rudeness. You do not know, sir, that a farthing is a kind of bird and very beautiful. Therefore there is no contempt in the name," answered Kmita, laughing. "But noticing your anger, you must be terribly in love." "But who is not in love?" muttered the testy Szurski. "Pan Zamoyski himself has almost looked his eyes out, and is as if sitting on an owl. I see that, I see that." "What do you see?" "He, I, Grabowski, Stolangiewicz, Konoyacki, Rubecki of the dragoons, Piacinga, she has sunk us all, and with you it will be the same if you stay here. With her 24 hours are sufficient." "Lord brother, with me she could do nothing in 24 months." "How is that?" asked Szurski with indignation. "Are you made of metal or what?" "No, but if someone had stolen the last dollar from your pocket, you would not be afraid of a thief." "Is that it?" answered Szurski. Kmita grew gloomy at once, for his trouble came to his mind, and he noticed no longer that the black eyes were looking still more stubbornly at him, as if asking, "What is thy name? Whence dost thou come, youthful knight?" But Szurski muttered, "Bore, bore away. She bored that way into me, till she bored to my heart. Now she does not even care." Kmita shook himself out of his seriousness. "Why the hangman does not some one of you marry her? Each one prevents every other. The girl will be left in the lurch," said Kmita, "though in truth there must be white seeds in that pear yet." Szurski opened his eyes and, bending to Kmita's ear, said very mysteriously, "They say that she is 25, as I love God. She was with Princess Griselda before the incursion of the rabble. Wonder of wonders! I should not give her more than 16 or 18 at the most." This time the devil, the girl, guessed apparently that they were talking of her, for she covered her gleaming eyes with the lids, and only shot sidelong glances at Kmita, inquiring continually, "Who art thou, so handsome? Whence dost thou come?" And he began involuntarily to twirl his moustache. After dinner Zamoyski, who from respect to the courtly manners of Kmita treated him as an unusual guest, took him by the arm. "Pan Babinich," said he, "you have told me that you are from Lithuania?" "That is true, Pan Zamoyski." "Tell me, did you know the Podbipientas?" "As to knowing, I know them not, for they are no longer in the world, at least those who had the arms Ter Cowl. The last one fell at Zabarai. He was the greatest knight that Lithuania had. Who of us does not know of Podbipienta? I have heard also of him, but I ask for this reason. There is in attendance on my sister a lady of honorable family. She was the betrothed of this Podbipienta, who was killed at Zabarai. She is an orphan without father or mother, and though my sister loves her greatly, Still, being the natural guardian of my sister, I have in this way the maiden in guardianship. A pleasant guardianship, put in Kmita. Zamoyski smiled, winked, and smacked his tongue. Sweet cakes, isn't she? But suddenly he saw that he was betraying himself, and assumed a serious air. "Oh, you traitor," said he, half jestingly, half seriously. "You want to hang me on a hook, and I almost let it out." "What?" asked Kmita, looking him quickly in the eyes. Here Zamoyski saw clearly that, in quickness of wit, he was not the equal of his guest, and turned the conversation at once. "That Podbipienta," said he, "bequeathed her some estates there in your region. I don't remember the names of them, for they're strange. Baltupie, Siruciani, Mishikishki, in a word, all that he had. Would I could remember them, 5 or 6 estates. They are adjoining estates, not separate. Podbipienta was a very wealthy man, and if that lady should come to his fortune, she might have her own ladies in waiting, and seek for a husband among senators. Do you tell me that? Do you know those places? I know only Lyubovich and Sheputy, for they are near my land. The forest boundary alone is 10 miles long, and the fields and meadows are as much more. Where are they? In Vitebsk. Oh, far away. The affair is not worth the trouble, and the country is under the enemy. When we drive out the enemy, we shall come to the property. But the Podbipientas have property in other places. In Imud, very considerable, I know, for I have a piece of land there myself. I see that your substance is not a bag of chopped straw. It brings in nothing now, but I need nothing from others. Advise me how to put that maiden on her feet." Kmita laughed. "I prefer to talk over this matter rather than others. It would be better for her to go to Pan Sapieha. If he would take the affair in hand, he could do a great deal as voevoda of Vitebsk, and the most noted man in Lithuania. He could send notices to the tribunals that the will was made to Pana Borzobogati, so that Podbipienta's more distant relatives should not seize the property. That is true, but now there are no tribunals, and Sapieha has something else in his head. The lady might be placed in his hands and under his guardianship. Having her before his eyes, he would give aid more speedily." Kmita looked with astonishment at Zamoyski. What object has he in wishing to remove her from this place, thought he. Zamoyski continued. It would be difficult for her to live in camp, in the tent of the voevoda of Vitebsk, but she might stay with his daughters. I do not understand this, thought Kmita. Would he consent to be only her guardian? But here is the difficulty. How can I send her to those parts in the present time of disturbance? Several hundred men would be needed, and I cannot strip Zamost. If I could only find someone to conduct her. Now you might take her. You are going to Sapieha. I would give you letters, and you would give me your word of honor to take her in safety. I conduct her to Sapieha? Asked Kmita in amazement. Is the office unpleasant, even if it should come to live on the road? Ah, said Kmita, another one is managing my affections, and though the tenant pays nothing, still I do not think of making a change. So much the better. With all the greater satisfaction can I confide her to you. A moment of silence followed. Well, will you undertake it? Asked the starosta. I am marching with Tartars. People tell me that the Tartars fear you worse than fire. Well, what? Will you undertake it? Why not? If thereby I can oblige your grace, but... Ah, you think that the princess must give permission. She will, as God is dear to me. For she, fancy to yourself, she suspects me. Here the starosta whispered in Kmita's ear. At last he said aloud, she was very angry with me for that, and I put my ears aside. For to war with women, behold you. I would rather have the Swedes outside Zamost, but she will have the best proof that I am planning no evil when I wish to send the girl away. She will be terribly amazed, it is true. But at the first opportunity I'll talk to her touching this matter. When he had said this, Zamoyski turned and went away. Kmita looked at him and muttered, You are setting some snare, Pan Sobie Pan. And though I do not understand the object, I see the snare quickly, for you are a terribly awkward trapper. Zamoyski was pleased with himself, though he understood well that the work was only half done, and another remained so difficult that at thought of it despair seized him, and even terror. He had to get permission of Princess Griselda, whose severity and penetrating mind Pan Sobie Pan feared from his whole soul. But having begun, he wished to bring the work to completion as early as possible. Therefore, next morning after Mass and breakfast, and after he had reviewed the hired German infantry, he went to the chambers of the princess. He found the lady embroidering a cope for the college. Behind her was Anusha, winding silk hung upon 2 armchairs. A second skein of rose color she had placed around her neck, and moving her hands quickly, she ran around the chairs in pursuit of the unwinding thread. Zamoyski's eyes grew bright at sight of her, but he assumed quickly a serious look, and greeting the princess, began as if unwillingly. That Pan Babinich who has come here with the Tartars is a Lithuanian, a man of importance, a very elegant fellow, a born knight in appearance. Have you noticed him? You brought him to me yourself, answered the princess indifferently. He has an honest face. I asked him concerning that property left Pana Borzobogati. He says it is a fortune almost equal to that of the Radzivills. God grant it to Anusha. Her orphanhood will be lighter and her old age as well, said the lady. But there is a danger lest distant relatives tear it apart. Babinich says that Sapieha might occupy himself with it if he wished. He is an honest man and very friendly to us. I would confide my own daughter to him. It would be enough for him to send notices to the tribunals and proclaim the guardianship. But Babinich says it is needful that Panna Anusha should go to those places in person. Where? To Pan Sapieha? Or to his daughters, so as to be there, that the formal installation might take place. The starosta invented at that moment formal installation, thinking justly that the princess would accept this counterfeit money instead of true coin. She thought a moment and asked, how could she go now when Swedes are on the road? I have news that the Swedes have left Lublin. All this side of the Vistula is free. And who would take Anusha to Pan Sapieha? Suppose this same Babinich. With Tartars, Lord brother, fear God. Those are wild, chaotic people. I'm not afraid, put in Anusha, courtesying. But Princess Griselda had noted already that her brother came with some plan, all prepared. Therefore she sent Anusha out of the room, and began to look at Pan Sobie Pan with an inquiring gaze. But he said, as if to himself, the Tartars are down in the dust before Babinich. He hangs them for any insubordination. I cannot permit this journey, answered the princess. The girl is honest but giddy, and rouses enthusiasm quickly. You know that best yourself. I would never confide her to a young, unknown man. Unknown here he is not, for who has not heard of the Babiniches as men of high family and steady people? Zamoyski had never heard of the Babiniches in his life. Besides, continued he, you might give her some sedate woman as companion, and then decorum would be observed. Babinich, I guarantee. I tell you this too, lady sister, that he has in those places a betrothed, with whom he is, as he tells me himself, in love. And whoso is in love has something else in his head. The foundation of this matter is this, that another such chance may not come for a long time. The fortune may be lost to the girl, and in ripe years she may be without a roof above her. The princess ceased embroidering, raised her head, and fixing her penetrating eyes on her brother, asked, what reason have you to send her from here? What reason have I? Repeated he, dropping his glance. What can I have? None. Jan, you have conspired with Babinich against her virtue. There it is, as God is dear to me, only that was wanting. You will read the letter which I shall send to Sapieha, and give your own. I will merely say this to you, that I shall not leave Zamost. Finally, examine Babinich himself, and ask him whether he will undertake the office. The moment you suspect me, I step aside. Why do you insist, so that she shall leave Zamost? For I wish her good, and it is the question of an immense fortune. Besides, I confess, it concerns me much that she should leave Zamost. Your suspicions have grown disagreeable. It is not to my taste that you should be frowning at me forever and looking stern. I thought that in consenting to the departure of the young lady, I should find the best argument against suspicions. God knows I have enough of this. For I am no student who steals under windows at night. I tell you more, my officers are enraged, one against the other, and shaking their sabers at one another. There is neither harmony, nor order, nor service, as there should be. I have enough of this, but since you are boring me with your eyes, then do as you wish. But look after Michael yourself, for that is your affair, not mine. Michael, exclaimed the astonished princess, I say nothing against the girl. She does not disturb him more than others. But if you do not see his arrowy glances and ardent affection, then I tell you this, that Cupid has not such power to blind as a mother's love. Princess Griselda's brows contracted and her face grew pale. Pan sobie pan, seeing that he had struck home at last, slapped his knees with his hands and continued. Lady sister, thus it is, thus it is. What is the affair to me? Let Michael give her silk to unwind. Let his nostrils quiver when he looks at her. Let him blush. Let him look at her through keyholes. What is it to me? Still, I know she has a good fortune. Her family, well, she is of nobles. And I do not raise myself above nobles. If you want it yourself, all right. Their years are not the same, but again, it is not my affair. Zamoyski rose and, bowing to his sister very politely, started to go out. The blood rushed to her face. The proud lady did not see in the whole Commonwealth a match worthy of Vishnevetsky, and abroad, perhaps among the archduchesses of Austria. Therefore, these words of her brother burned her like iron red hot. Jan, said she, wait. Lady sister, said Zamoyski, I wished first to give you proof that you suspect me unjustly. Second, that you should watch someone besides me. Now you will do as you please. I have nothing more to say. Then Pan Zamoyski bowed and went out. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 21. Pan Zamoyski had not uttered pure calumny to his sister when he spoke of Michael's love for Anuzha, for the young prince had fallen in love with her, as had all, not excepting the pages of the castle. But that love was not over-violent and by no means aggressive. It was rather an agreeable intoxication of the head and mind than an impulse of the heart, which, when it loves, impels to permanent possession of the object beloved. For such action Michael had not the energy. Nevertheless, Princess Griselda, dreaming of a brilliant future for her son, was greatly terrified at that feeling. In the first moment, the sudden consent of her brother to Anuzha's departure astonished her. Now she ceased thinking of that. So far had the threatening danger seized her whole soul. A conversation with her son, who grew pale and trembled, and who before he had confessed anything shed tears, confirmed her in the supposition that the danger was terrible. Still she did not conquer her scruples of conscience at once, and it was only when Anuzha, who wanted to see a new world, new people, and perhaps also turn the head of the handsome cavalier, fell at her feet with a request for permission, that the princess did not find strength sufficient to refuse. Anuzha, it is true, covered herself with tears at the thought of parting with her mistress and mother, but for the clever girl it was perfectly evident that by asking for the separation she had cleared herself from every suspicion of having, with preconceived purpose, turned the head of Prince Michael, or even Zamoyski himself. Princess Griselda, from desire to know surely if there was a conspiracy between her brother and Kmita, directed the latter to come to her presence. Her brother's promise not to leave Zamost had calmed her considerably, it is true. She wished, however, to know more intimately the man who was to conduct the young lady. The conversation with Kmita set her at rest thoroughly. There looked from the blue eyes of the young noble such sincerity and truth that it was impossible to doubt him. He confessed at once that he was in love with another, and besides he had neither the wish nor the head for folly. Finally he gave his word as a cavalier that he would guard the lady from every misfortune, even if he had to lay down his head. I will take her safely to Pan Sapieha, for Pan Zamoyski says that the enemy has left Lublin. But I can do no more, not because I hesitate in willing service for your highness, since I am always willing to shed my blood for the widow of the greatest warrior and the glory of the whole Commonwealth, but because I have my own grievous troubles, out of which I know not whether I shall bring my life. It is a question of nothing more, answered the princess, than that you give her into the hands of Pan Sapieha, and he will not refuse my request to be her guardian. Here she gave Kmita her hand, which he kissed with great reverence, and she said in parting, "Be watchful, cavalier, be watchful, and do not place safety in this, that the country is free of the enemy." These last words arrested Kmita, but he had no time to think over them, for Zamoyski soon caught him. "Gracious knight," said he gaily, "you are taking the greatest ornament of Zamost away from me." "But at your wish," answered Kmita. "Take good care of her. She is a toothsome dainty. Someone may be ready to take her from you. Let him try, oh ho! I have given the word of a cavalier to the princess, and with me my word is sacred. Oh, I only say this as a jest. Fear not, neither take unusual caution. Still, I will ask of your serene great mightiness a carriage with windows. I will give you 2. But you are not going at once, are you? I am in a hurry. As it is, I am here too long. Then send your Tartars in advance to Krasnystav. I will hurry off a courier to have oats ready for them there, and will give you an escort of my own to that place. No evil can happen to you here, for this is my country. I will give you good men of the German dragoons, bold fellows and acquainted with the road. Besides, to Krasnystav the road is as if cut out with a sickle. But why am I to stay here? To remain longer with us. You are a dear guest. I should be glad to detain you a year. Meanwhile I shall send to the herds at Perespa. Perhaps some horse will be found which will not fail you in need." Kmita looked quickly into the eyes of his host. Then, as if making a sudden decision, said, "I thank you, I will remain, and will send on the Tartars." He went straight to give them orders, and, taking Akbaulan to one side, he said, "Akbaulan, you are to go to Krasnystav by the road, straight as if cut with a sickle. I stay here, and a day later will move after you with Zamoyski's escort. Listen now to what I say. You will not go to Krasnystav, but strike into the first forest, not far from Zamost, so that a living soul may not know of you. And when you hear a shot on the high road, hurry to me, for they are preparing some trick against me in this place. Your will, said Agbaulan, placing his hand on his forehead, his mouth, and his breast. I have seen through you, Pan Zamoyski, said Kmita to himself. In Zamost you are afraid of your sister. Therefore you wish to seize the young lady, and secret her somewhere in the neighborhood, and make of me the instrument of your desires, and who knows, if not to take my life. But wait, you found a man keener than yourself. You will fall into your own trap. In the evening, Lieutenant Shursky knocked at Kmita's door. This officer, too, knew something, and had his suspicions, and because he loved Danusha, he preferred that she should depart, rather than fall into the power of Zamoyski. Still, he did not dare to speak openly, and perhaps because he was not sure. But he wondered that Kmita had consented to send the Tartars on in advance. He declared that the roads were not so safe as was said, that everywhere armed bands were wandering, hands swift to deeds of violence. Pan Andrei decided to feign that he divined nothing. What can happen to me? Asked he. Besides, Zamoyski gives me his own escort. Bah, Germans! Are they not reliable men? Is it possible to depend upon those dog brothers ever? It has happened that after conspiring on the road, they went over to the enemy. But there are no Swedes on this side of the Vistula. They are in Lublin, the dogs. It is not true that they have left. I advise you honestly not to send the Tartars in advance, for it is always safer in a large company. It is a pity that you did not inform me before. I have one tongue in my mouth, and an order given I never withdraw. Next morning the Tartars moved on. Kmita was to follow toward evening, so as to pass the first night at Krasnystav. 2 letters to Pan Sapieha were given to him, one from the princess, the other from her brother. Kmita had a great desire to open the second, but he dared not. He looked at it, however, before the light, and saw that inside was a blank paper. This discovery was proof to him that both the maiden and the letters were to be taken from him on the road. Meanwhile the horses came from Perespa, and Zamoyski presented the knight with a steed beautiful beyond admiration. The steed he received with thankfulness, thinking in his soul that he would ride farther on him than Zamoyski expected. He thought also of his Tartars, who must now be in the forest, and wild laughter seized him. At times again he was indignant in soul, and promised to give the master of Zamost a lesson. Finally the hour of dinner came, which passed in great gloom. Anusha had red eyes. The officers were in deep silence. Pan Zamoyski alone was cheerful, and gave orders to fill the goblets. Kmita emptied his one after another, but when the hour of parting came, not many persons took leave of the travelers, for Zamoyski had sent the officers to their service. Anuja fell at the feet of the princess. and for a long time could not be removed from her. The princess herself had evident disquiet in her face. Perhaps she reproached herself in secret for permitting the departure of a faithful servant at a period when mishap might come easily, but the loud weeping of Michael, who held his fists to his eyes, crying like a schoolboy, confirmed the proud lady in her conviction that it was needful to stifle the further growth of this boyish affection. Besides, she was quieted by the hope that in the family of Sapieha the young lady would find protection, safety, and also the great fortune which was to settle her fate for the rest of her life. "I commit her to your virtue, bravery, and honor," said the princess once more to Kmita, "and remember that you have sworn to me to conduct her to Pan Sapieha without fail. I will take her as I would a glass, and in need will wind oakum around her, because I have given my word. Death alone will prevent me from keeping it," answered the knight. He gave his arm to Anuja, but she was angry and did not look at him. He had treated her rather slightingly, therefore she gave him her hand very haughtily, turning her face and head in another direction. She was sorry to depart, and fear seized her, but it was too late then to draw back. The moment came, they took their seats, she in the carriage with her old servant, Pana Suwalski, he on his horse, and they started. 12 German horsemen surrounded the carriage and the wagon with Anusia's effects. When at last the doors in the Warsaw Gate squeaked, and the rattle of wheels was heard on the drawbridge, Anusia burst into loud weeping. Kmita bent toward the carriage. "Fear not, my lady, I will not eat you." "Clown," thought Anusia. They rode some time along the houses outside the walls, straight toward Old Zamost. Then they entered fields and a pine wood, which in those days stretched along a hilly country to the Bug on one side. On the other it extended, interrupted by villages, to Zawichost. Night had fallen, but very calm and clear. The road was marked by a silver line. Only the rolling of the carriage and the tramp of the horses broke the silence. "My Tartars must be lurking here like wolves in a thicket," thought Kmita. Then he bent his ear. "What is that?" asked he of the officer who was leading the escort. "A tramp. Some horseman is galloping after us," answered the officer. He had barely finished speaking when a Cossack hurried up on a foaming horse, crying, "Pan Babinich, Pan Babinich, a letter from Pan Zamoyski." The retinue halted. The Cossack gave the letter to Kmita. Kmita broke the seal, and by the light of a lantern read as follows: "Gracious and dearest Pan Babinich, soon after the departure of Pana Borzobogati, tidings came to us that the Swedes not only have not left Lublin, but that they intend to attack my Zamost. In view of this, further journeying and peregrination became inconvenient. Considering therefore the dangers to which a fair head might be exposed, we wish to have Pana Borzobogati in Zamost. Those same knights will bring her back, but you, who must be in haste to continue your journey, we do not wish to trouble uselessly. announcing which will of ours to your grace. We beg you to give orders to the horseman according to our wishes. Still, he is honest enough not to attack my life. He only wishes to make a fool of me, thought Kmita. But we shall soon see if there is a trap here or not. Now Anusha put her head out of the window. "What is the matter?" asked she. "Nothing. Pan Zamoyski commends you once more to my bravery. Nothing more." Here he turned to the driver. "Forward." The officer leading the horseman reined in his horse. "Stop," cried he to the driver. Then to Kmita, "Why move on?" "But why halt longer in the forest?" asked Kmita, with the face of a stupid rogue. "For you have received some order." "And what is that to you?" "I have received, and that is why I command to move on." "Stop," repeated the officer. "Move on," repeated Kmita. "What is this?" inquired Anusha again. "We will not go a step farther till I see the order," said the officer with decision. "You will not see the order, for it is not sent to you. Since you will not obey it, I will carry it out. You move on to Krasnystav and have a care, lest we give you something for the road, but we will go home with the lady." Kmita only wished the officer to acknowledge that he knew the contents of the order. This proved with perfect certainty that the whole affair was a trick arranged in advance. "Move on, with God," repeated the officer now with a threat. At that moment the horsemen began one after another to take out their sabres. Oh, such sons! Not to Zamost did you wish to take the maiden, but aside somewhere, so that Pan Zamoyski might give free rein to his wishes. But you have met with a more cunning man. When Babinich had said this, he fired upward from a pistol. At this sound there was such an uproar in the forest, as if the shot had roused whole legions of wolves sleeping nearby. The howl was heard in front, behind, from the sides. At once the tramp of horses sounded with the cracking of limbs breaking under their hoofs, and on the road were seen black groups of horsemen, who approached with unearthly howling. "Jesus, Mary, Joseph!" cried the terrified women in the carriage. Now the Tartars rushed up like a cloud, but Kmita restrained them with a triple cry, and turning to the astonished officer began to boast. "Know whom you have met. Pan Zamoyski wished to make a fool of me, a blind instrument. To you he entrusted the functions of a pander, which you undertook, sir officer, for the favor of a master. How down to Zamoyski from Babinich, and tell him that the maiden will go safely to Pan Sapieha." The officer looked around with frightened glance, and saw the wild faces gazing with terrible eagerness on him and his men. It was evident that they were waiting only for a word, to hurl themselves on the 12 horsemen and tear them in pieces. "Your Grace, you will do what you wish, for we cannot manage superior power," said he with trembling voice. "But Pan Zamoyski is able to avenge himself." Kmita laughed. "Let him avenge himself on you. For had it not come out that you knew the contents of the order, and had you not opposed the advance, I should not have been sure of the trick, and should have given you the maiden straight away. Tell the starosta to appoint a keener pander than you." The calm tone with which Kmita said this assured the officer somewhat, at least on this point, that death did not threaten either him or his troopers. Therefore he breathed easily and said, "And must we return with nothing to Zamost?" "You will return with my letter, which will be written on the skin of each one of you." "Your Grace!" "Take them," cried Kmita, and he seized the officer himself by the shoulder. An uproar and struggle began around the carriage. The shouts of the Tartars deadened the cries for assistance, and the screams of terror coming from the breasts of the women. But the struggle did not last long, for a few minutes later the horsemen were lying on the road, tied, one at the side of the other. Kmita gave command to flog them with bullock skin whips, but not beyond measure, so that they might retain strength to walk back to Zamost. The common soldiers received 100, and the officer 150 lashes, in spite of the prayers and entreaties of Anusha, who, not knowing what was passing around her, and thinking that she had fallen into terrible hands, began to implore with joined palms and tearful eyes for her life. "Spare my life, knight. In what am I guilty before you? Spare me, spare me." "Be quiet, young lady," roared Kmita. "In what have I offended? Maybe you are in the plot yourself?" "In what plot? O God, be merciful to me, a sinner." "Then you did not know that Pan Zamoyski only permitted your departure apparently, so as to separate you from the princess, and carry you off on the road, to make an attempt on your honor in some empty castle?" "O Jesus of Nazareth!" screamed Anuja, and there was so much truth and sincerity in that cry that Kmita said more mildly, "How is that? Then you are not in the plot?" "That may be." Anusha covered her face with her hands, but she could say nothing. She merely repeated time after time, "Jesus, Mary, Jesus, Mary." "Calm yourself," said Kmita, still more mildly. "You will go in safety to Pan Sapieha, for Pan Zamoyski did not know with whom he had to deal. See, those men whom they are flogging were to carry you off. I give them their lives, so that they may tell Pan Zamoyski how smoothly it went with them. Then, have you defended me from shame?" "I have, though I did not know whether you would be glad." Anusha, instead of making answer or contradiction, seized Pan Andrei's hand and pressed it to her pale lips, and sparks went from his feet to his head. "Give peace, for God's sake," cried he. "Sit in the carriage, for you will wet your feet, and be not afraid. You would not be better cared for with your mother. I will go with you, even to the end of the world. Do not say such things. God will reward you for defending honor. It is the first time that I have had the opportunity," said Kmita, and then he muttered in an undertone to himself, "So far I have defended her as much as a cat sheds tears." Meanwhile the Tartars had ceased to beat the horsemen, and Pan Andrei gave command to drive them naked and bloody along the road toward Zamost. They went, weeping bitterly. Their horses, weapons, and clothing Kmita gave his Tartars, and then, moved on quickly, for it was unsafe to loiter. On the road the young knight could not restrain himself from looking into the carriage, to gaze at the flashing eyes and wonderful face of the maiden. He asked each time if she did not need something, if the carriage was convenient, or the quick traveling did not tire her too much. She answered with thankfulness that it was pleasant to her, as it had never been. She had recovered from her terror completely. Her heart rose in gratitude to her defender, and she thought, "He is not so rude and surly as I held at first. Ay, Olenka, why do I suffer for you?" Said Kmita to himself. "Do you not feed me with ingratitude? Had this been in old times, aha?" Then he remembered his comrades, and the various deeds of violence which he had committed in company with them. Then he began to drive away temptation, began to repeat for their unhappy souls eternal rest. When they had reached Krasnystav, Kmita considered it better not to wait for news from Zamost, and went on farther. But at parting he wrote and sent to Zamoyski the following letter. "Serene, great, mighty Lord Starosta, and to me very gracious favorer and benefactor, whomsoever God has made great in the world, to him he deals out wit in more bountiful measure. I knew at once that you, serene, great, mighty Lord, only wished to put me on trial, when you sent the order to give up Pana Borzobogati. I knew this all the better when the horsemen betrayed that they knew the substance of the order, though I did not show them the letter, and though you wrote to me that the idea came to you only after my departure. As on the one hand I admire all the more your penetration, so on the other, to put the careful guardian more completely at rest, I promise anew that nothing will suffice to lead me away from fulfilling the function imposed on me. But since those soldiers, evidently misunderstanding your intention, turned out to be great ruffians, and even threatened my life, I think that I should have hit upon your thought if I had commanded to hang them. Because I did not do so, I beg your forgiveness. Still, I gave orders to flog them properly, with bullock-skin whips, which punishment, if your great mighty lordship considers it too small, you can increase according to your will. With this, hoping that I have earned the increased confidence and gratitude of your serene great mighty lordship, I subscribe myself, the faithful and well-wishing servant of your serene great mighty lordship, Babinich." The dragoons, when they had dragged themselves to Zamost late at night, did not dare to appear before the eyes of their master. Therefore he learned of the whole matter from this letter, which the Krasnystav Cossack brought next day. After he had read Kmita's letter, Zamoyski shut himself up in his rooms for 3 days, admitting no attendant save the chamber servants, who brought him his food. They heard also how he swore in French, which he did only when he was in the greatest fury. By degrees, however, the storm was allayed. On the 4th day and 5th, Zamoyski was still very silent. He was ruminating over something and pulling at his moustache. In a week, when he was very pleasant and had drunk a little at table, he began to twirl his moustache, not to pull it, and said to Princess Griselda, "Lady sister, you know that there is no lack of penetration in me. A couple of days ago I tested of purpose that noble who took Anuja, and I can assure you that he will take her faithfully to Pan Sapieha. About a month later, as it seems, Pan Sobiepan turned his heart in another direction, and besides he became altogether convinced that what had happened with his will and knowledge. End of section 25. Chapter 22 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 22. The province of Lubelsk and the greater part of Podlyasye were almost completely in the hands of Poles, that is, of the Confederates and Sapieha's men. Since the King of Sweden remained in Prussia, where he was treating with the Elector, the Swedes, not feeling very powerful in presence of the general uprising, which increased every day, dared not come out of the towns and castles, and still less to cross to the eastern side of the Vistula, where the Polish forces were greatest. In those two provinces, therefore, the Poles were laboring to form a considerable and well-ordered army, able to meet the regular soldiers of Sweden. In the provincial towns they were training infantry, and since the peasants in general had risen, there was no lack of volunteers. It was only necessary to organize in bodies and regular commands those chaotic masses of men frequently dangerous to their own country. The district captains betook themselves to this labor. Besides, the king had issued a number of commissions to old and tried soldiers. Troops were enrolled in all provinces, and since there was no lack of military people in those regions, squadrons of perfect cavalry were formed. Some went west of the Vistula, others to Czarniecki, still others to Sapieha. Such multitudes had taken arms that Jan Kazimier's forces were already more numerous than those of the Swedes. A country over whose weakness all Europe had recently wondered, gave now an example of power unsuspected not only by its enemies, but by its own king, and even by those whose faithful hearts a few months before had been rent by pain and despair. Money was found, as well as enthusiasm and bravery. The most despairing souls were convinced that there is no position, no fall, no weakness from which there may not be a deliverance, and that when children are born, consolation cannot die. Kmita went on without hindrance, gathering on his road unquiet spirits, who joined the Chambul with readiness, hoping to find most blood and plunder in company with the Tartars. These he changed easily into good and prompt soldiers, for he had the gift to make his subordinates fear and obey. He was greeted joyously on the road, and that by reason of the Tartars, for the sight of them convinced men that the Khan was indeed coming with succor to the Commonwealth. It was claimed openly that 40,000 chosen Tartar cavalry were marching to strengthen Sapieha. Wonders were told of the modesty of these allies, how they committed no violence or murder on the road. They were shown as an example to the soldiers of the country. Pan Sapieha was quartered temporarily at Biala. His forces were composed of about 10,000 regular troops, cavalry, and infantry. They were the remnants of the Lithuanian armies increased by new men. The cavalry, especially some of the squadrons, surpassed in valor and training the Swedish horsemen, but the infantry were badly trained and lacked firearms, powder, and cannon. Sapieha had thought to find these in Tikhotin, but the Swedes, by blowing themselves up with the powder, destroyed at the same time all the cannons of the castle. Besides these forces, there were in the neighborhood of Biala 12,000 general militia from all Lithuania, Mazovia, and Podliasie. But from few of these did the voyevoda promise himself service, especially since having an immense number of wagons they hindered movement and turned the army into a clumsy, unwieldy multitude. Kmita thought of one thing in entering Biala. There were under Sapieha so many nobles from Lithuania and so many of Radzivill's officers, his former acquaintances, that he feared they would recognize him and cut him to pieces before he could cry, "Jesus, Mary." His name was detested in Sapieha's camp and in all Lithuania, for men still preserved in vivid remembrance the fact that, while serving Prince Janusz, he had cut down those squadrons which, opposing the hetman, had declared for the country. Pan Andrzej had changed much, and this gave him comfort. First, he had become thin. Second, he had the scar on his face from Boguslav's bullet. Finally, he wore a beard, rather long, pointed in Swedish fashion, and his moustache he combed upward, so that he was more like some Ericsson than a Polish noble. If there is not a tumult against me at once, men will judge me differently after the first battle, thought Kmita, when entering Biala. He arrived in the evening, announced who he was, whence he had come, that he was bearing letters from the king, and asked a special audience of the voyevoda. The voyevoda received him graciously, because of the warm recommendation of the king, who wrote, "We send you our most faithful servant, who is called the Hector of Częstochowa, from the time of the siege of that glorious place, and he has saved our freedom and life at the risk of his own during our passage through the mountains. Have him in special care so that no injustice come to him from the soldiers. We know his real name, and the reasons for which he serves under an assumed one. No man is to hold him in suspicion because of this change, or suspect him of intrigues. But is it not possible to know why you bear an assumed name?" asked voyevoda. "I am under sentence and cannot make levies in my own name. The king gave me a commission and I can make levies as Babinich. Why do you want levies if you have the Tartars? For a greater force would not be in the way. And why are you under sentence? Under the command and protection of whomsoever I go, him I ought to tell all as to a father. My real name is Kmita." The voyevoda pushed back a couple of steps. "He who promised Boguslav to carry off our king, living or dead?" Kmita related with all his energy how and what had happened. How, befogged by Prince Janusz, he had served the Radzivills. How he had learned their real purposes from the mouth of Boguslav, and then carried off the latter and thus incurred his implacable vengeance. The voevoda believed, for he could not refuse belief, especially since the king's letter confirmed the truth of Kmita's words. Besides, his soul was so delighted in the voevoda that he would at that moment have pressed his worst enemy to his heart and forgiven his greatest offense. This delight was caused by the following passage in the king's letter. Though the grand baton of Lithuania, unused now after the death of the voevoda of Vilna, can by usual procedure be given to a successor only at the Diet, still, in the present extraordinary circumstances, disregarding the usual course, we give this baton to you, greatly cherished by us, for the good of the Commonwealth and your memorable services, thinking justly that God, giving peace, no voice at the coming Diet will be raised against this our choice, and that our act will find general approval. Pan Sapieha, as was said then in the Commonwealth, had pawned his coat and sold his last silver spoon. He had not served his country for profit, nor for honors, but even the most disinterested man is glad to see that his services are appreciated, that they are rewarded with gratitude, that his virtue is recognized. Therefore, Sapieha's serious face was uncommonly radiant. This act of the king adorned the house of Sapieha with new splendor, and to this no kinglet of that time was indifferent. It were well had there been none to strive for elevation per nefas, through injustice. Therefore Pan Sapieha was ready to do for the king what was in his power and what was out of his power. Since I am the hetman, said he to Kmita, you come under my jurisdiction and are under my guardianship. There is a multitude here of the general militia, hence tumult is near. Therefore do not show yourself overmuch till I warn the soldiers, and remove that calumny which Boguslav cast on you. Kmita thanked him from his heart, and then spoke of Anusha, whom he had brought to Biala. In answer, the hetman fell to scolding, but being in excellent humor, he scolded joyously. You made a fool of Sobiepan, as God is dear to me. He sits there with his sister inside the walls of Zamost, as with the Lord God behind the stove, and thinks that everyone can do as he does. Raise the skirts of his coat, turn to the fire, and warm his back. I know the Podbipientas, for they are related to the Biostovskis, and the Biostovskis to me. The fortune is a lordly one, that is not to be denied. But though war with the Northerners has weakened it for a time, still people are alive yet in those regions. Where can anything be found? Where any courts, any officers? Who will take the property and put the young lady in possession? They have gone stark mad. Boguslav is sitting on my shoulders. I have my duties in the army, but they would have me fill my head with women. She is not a woman, but a cherry, said Kmita. She is nothing, however, to me. They asked me to bring her here. I have brought her. They asked me to give her to you. I give her. The hetman then took Kmita by the ear and said, But who knows, protector, in what form you have brought her? God preserve us, people may say that from the guardianship of Sapieha she has suffered. And I, old man, shall have to keep my eyes open. What did you do at the stopping places? Tell me right away, pagan. Did you not learn from your Tartars some heathen customs? At stopping places? answered Kmita, jestingly. I commanded my attendants to plough my skin with discipline, so as to drive out the less worthy motives, which have their seat under the skin, and which, I confess, were plaguing me worse than horseflies. Ah, you see, is she a worthy maiden? Really so, and terribly pretty. And the Turk was at hand? But she is as honest as a nun, that I must say for her. And as to suffering, I think that would come sooner from the Zamoyski guardianship than from you. Here Kmita told what had taken place and how. Then the hetman fell to clapping him on the shoulder and laughing. Well, you are a crafty fellow. Not in vain do they tell so much of Kmita. Have no fear, Pan Zamoyski is not a stubborn man, and he is my friend. His first anger will pass, and he will even laugh at it himself and reward you. I need no reward, interrupted Kmita. It is well that you have ambition and are not looking for favor. Only serve me against Boguslav, and you will not need to think of past outlawry. Sapieha was astonished when he looked at the soldier's face, which a moment before was so open and joyous. Kmita, at the mention of Boguslav, grew pale in an instant, and his face took on wrinkles like the face of a dog when preparing to bite. Would that the traitor were poisoned with his own spittle, if he could only fall into my hands before his death, said he gloomily. I do not wonder at your venom. Have a care, though, that your anger does not choke your adroitness, for you have to deal with no common man. It is well that the king sent you hither. You will attack Boguslav for me, as once you did Hovanski. I will attack him better, said Kmita with the same gloom. With this the conversation ended. Kmita went away to sleep in his quarters, for he was wearied from the road. Meanwhile the news spread through the army that the king had sent the baton to their beloved chief. Joy burst out like flames among thousands of men. The officers of various squadrons hurried to the quarters of the hetman. The sleeping town sprang up from its slumber. Bonfires were kindled. Standard-bearers came with their standards. Trumpets sounded and kettle-drums thundered. Discharges from muskets and cannon roared. Pan Sapieha ordered a lordly feast, and they applauded the whole night through, drinking to the health of the king, the hetman, and to the coming victory over Boguslav. Pan Andrzej, as was agreed, was not present at the feast. The hetman at the table began a conversation about Boguslav, and not telling who that officer was who had come with the Tartars and brought the baton, he spoke in general of the perversity of Boguslav. Both Radzivills, said he, were fond of intrigues, but Prince Boguslav goes beyond his dead cousin. You remember, gentlemen, Kmita, or at least you have heard of him. Now imagine yourselves what Boguslav reported, that Kmita offered to raise his hand on the king our lord was not true. Still, Kmita helped Janos to cut down good cavaliers. It is true that he helped Janos, but at last he saw what he was doing, and then not only did he leave the service, but, as you know, being a man of daring, he attacked Boguslav. It was close work there for the young prince, and he barely escaped with his life from Kmita's hands. Kmita was a great soldier, answered many voices. The prince, through revenge, invented against him a calumny, at which the soul shudders. The devil could not have invented a keener. Do you know what I have in my hands, proof, in black and white, that was revenge for the changing Kmita? To put an infamy in such a way on anyone's name, only Boguslav could do that, to sink such a soldier. I have heard this, continued the hetman. Kmita, seeing that nothing remained for him to do in this region, hurried off to Częstochowa, rendered their famous services, and then defended the king with his own breast. Hearing this, the same soldiers who would have cut Kmita to pieces with their sabers began to speak of him more and more kindly. Kmita will not forgive the calumny. He is not such a man. He will fall on Boguslav. Boguslav has insulted all soldiers by casting such infamy on one of them. Kmita was cruel and violent, but he was not a parricide. He will have vengeance. We will be the first to take vengeance for him. If you, serene great mighty hetman, guarantee this with your office, it must have been so. It was so, said the hetman. And you know, gentlemen, how this Kmita comes to my mind? Babinich, the king's courier, resembles him much. At the first moment I was mistaken myself. Here Sapieha began to look around with more severity and to speak with greater seriousness. Though Kmita were to come here himself, since he has changed, since he has defended a holy place with immense bravery, I should defend him with my office of hetman. I ask you, therefore, gentlemen, to raise no disturbance here, by reason of this newly arrived. I ask you to remember that he has come here by appointment of the king and the Khan. But especially do I recommend this to you, who are captains in the general militia, for with you it is harder to preserve discipline. Whenever Sapieha spoke thus, Zagloba alone dared to murmur. All others would sit in obedience, and so they sat now. But when the hetman's face grew gladsome again, all rejoiced. The goblets, moving swiftly, filled the measure of rejoicing, and the whole town was thundering till morning, so that the walls of houses were shaken on their foundation, and the smoke of salutes veiled them as in time of battle. Next morning Sapieha sent Anusha to Grodno with Pan Kmicic. In Grodno, from which Hovanski had long since withdrawn, the voyevoda's family was living. Poor Anusha, whose head the handsome Babinich had turned somewhat, took farewell on him very tenderly. But he was on his guard, and only at the very parting did he say to her, "Were it not for one devil, which sits in my heart like a thorn, I should surely have fallen in love with you to kill." Anusha thought to herself that there is no splinter which may not be picked out with patience and a needle. But she feared somewhat this Babinich. Therefore she said nothing, sighed quietly, and departed. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 23. A week after the departure of Anusha with Kmicic, Sapieha's camp was still at Biala. Kmita with the Tartars was ordered to the neighborhood of Rokitno. He was resting too, for the horses needed food and rest after the long road. Prince Michael Kazimir Radziwiłł, the owner of the place by inheritance, came also to Biala. He was a powerful magnate of the Nezviei branch of Radziwiłłs, of whom it was said that they had inherited from the Kishkis alone 70 towns and 400 villages. This Radziwiłł resembled in nothing his kinsmen of Birey, not less ambitious perhaps than they, but differing in faith, an ardent patriot, and an adherent of the lawful king. He joined with his whole soul the confederacy of Tishovtsi, and strengthened it as best as he could. His immense possessions were, it is true, greatly ravaged by the last war, but still he stood at the head of considerable forces and brought the hetman no small aid. Not so much, however, did the number of his soldiers weigh in the balance as the fact that Radziwiłł stood against Radziwiłł. In this way the last seeming of justice was taken from Boguslav, and his acts were covered with the open character of invasion and treason. Therefore Sapieha saw Prince Michael in his camp with delight. He was certain now that he would overcome Boguslav, for he surpassed him much in power. But according to his custom, he weighed his plans slowly, stopped, considered, and summoned councils of officers. Kmita also was at these councils. He so hated the name of Radziwiłł that at first sight of Prince Michael he trembled from anger to rage. But Michael knew how to win people by his countenance alone, on which beauty was united with kindness. The great qualities of this Radziwiłł, the grievous times which he had recently passed while defending the country from Zolotarenko and Serobriani, his genuine love for the king, made him one of the most honorable cavaliers of his time. His very presence in the camp of Sapieha, the rival of the house of Radziwiłł, testified how far the young prince knew how to sacrifice private to public affairs. Whoso knew him was forced to love him. This feeling could not be resisted even by the passionate Kmita, despite his first opposition. Finally the prince captivated the heart of Pan Andrzej by his advice. This advice was not merely to move against Boguslav, but to move without negotiations, to dash upon him at once. Do not let him take castles. Give him neither rest nor chance to draw breath. Make war upon him with his own method. In such decision the prince saw speedy and certain victory. It cannot be that Karl Gustav has not moved also. We must have our hands free, therefore, as soon as possible, and hasten to succor Czarniecki. Of the same opinion was Kmita, who had been fighting 3 days, with his old evil habit of self-will, so as to restrain himself from advancing without orders. But Sapieha liked to act with certainty. He feared every inconsiderable step. Therefore he determined to wait for surer intelligence. And the hetman had his reasons. The reported expedition of Boguslav against Podlyasye might be only a snare, a trick of war. Perhaps it was a feigned expedition with small forces, to prevent the junction of Sapieha with the king. That done, Boguslav would escape from before Sapieha, receiving battle nowhere or delaying. But meanwhile Karl Gustav with the elector would strike Czarniecki, crush him with superior forces, move against the king himself, and smother the work in its inception. the work of defense created by the glorious example of Częstochowa. Sapieha was not only a leader, but a statesman. He explained his reasons with power at the councils, so that even Kmita was forced in his soul to agree with him. First of all, it was incumbent to know what course to take. If Boguslav's invasion proved to be merely a trick, it was sufficient to send a number of squadrons against him, and move with all speed to Charnetsky against the chief power of the enemy. The hetman might leave boldly a few or even more squadrons, for his forces were not all around Biala. Young Pan Krzysztof, or the so-called Krzysztofek Sapieha, was posted with 2 light squadrons and a regiment of infantry at Yavorov. Horodkiewicz was moving around Tykocin, having under him half a dragoon regiment very well trained, and 500 volunteers, besides a light horse squadron named for Sapieha, and in Bialystok were land infantry. These forces would more than suffice to stand against Boguslav, if he had only a few hundred horses. But the clear-sighted hetman sent couriers in every direction, and waited for tidings. At last tidings came, but like thunderbolts, and all the more, so that by a peculiar concurrence of circumstances, all came in one evening. They were just at council in the castle of Biala, when an officer of orderlies entered and gave a letter to the hetman. Barely had the hetman cast eyes on it when he changed in face and said, "My relative is cut to pieces at Yavorov by Boguslav himself. Hardly has he escaped with his life." A moment of silence followed. "The letter is written in Bransk, in fright and confusion," said he. "Therefore it contains not a word touching Boguslav's power, which must, I think, be considerable, since, as I read, 2 squadrons and a regiment of infantry are cut to pieces. It must be, however, that Boguslav fell on them unawares. The letter gives nothing positive. I am certain now," said Prince Michael, "that Boguslav wants to seize all Podlyasye, so as to make of it a separate or feudal possession in the treaties. Therefore he has surely come with as much power as he could possibly get. I have no other proofs save a knowledge of Boguslav. He cares neither for the Swedes nor the Brandenburgers, only for himself. He is an uncommon warrior who trusts in his fortunate star. He wants to win a province, to avenge Janos, to cover himself with glory. And to do this he must have a corresponding power, and has it. Otherwise he would not march on us. For everything the blessing of God is indispensable," said Oskierko, "and the blessing is with us." "Serene, great mighty hetman," said Kmita. "Information is needed. Let me loose from the leash with my Tartars, and I will bring you information." Oskierko, who had been admitted to the secret and knew who Babinich was, supported the proposal at once and with vigor. "As God is good to me, that is the best idea in the world. Such a man is needed there, and such troops. If only the horses are rested." Here Oskierko was stopped, for the officer of orderlies entered the room again. "Serene, great mighty hetman," said he. Sapieha slapped his knees and exclaimed, "They have news, admit them." After a while the 2 light horsemen entered, tattered and muddy. "From Horodkiewicz?" asked Sapieha. "Yes." "Where is he now?" "Killed, or if not killed, we know not where he is." The hetman rose, but sat down again and inquired calmly, "Where is the squadron?" swept away by Prince Boguslav. Were many lost? We were cut to pieces. Maybe a few were left who were taken captive like us. Some say that the colonel escaped, but that he is wounded I saw myself. We escaped from captivity. Where were you attacked? At Tikotin. Why did you not go inside the walls, not being in force? Tikotin is taken. The hetman covered his eyes for a moment with his hand. Then he began to pass his hand over his forehead. Is there a large force with Boguslav? 4,000 cavalry, besides infantry and cannon. The infantry very well trained. The cavalry moved forward, taking us with them. But luckily we escaped. Whence did you escape? From Drohichin. Sapieha opened wide his eyes. You are drunk. How could Boguslav come to Drohichin? When did he defeat you? 2 weeks ago. And is he in Drohichin? His scouting parties are. He remained in the rear himself, for some convoy is captured which Pan Kmicic was conducting. He was conducting Pana Borzobogati, cried Kmita. A silence followed. Boguslav's success, and so sudden, had confused the officers beyond measure. All thought in their hearts that the hetman was to blame for delay, but no one dared say so aloud. Sapieha, however, felt that he had done what was proper, and had acted wisely. Therefore he recovered first from the surprise, sent out the men with a wave of his hand, and said, "These are ordinary incidents of war, which should confuse no one. Do not think, gentlemen, that we have suffered any defeat. Those regiments are a loss, surely, but the loss might have been 100 times greater if Boguslav had noticed us to a distant province. He is coming to us. We will go out to meet him, like hospitable hosts." Here he turned to the colonels. "According to my orders, all must be ready to move." "They are ready," said Oskierko. "Only saddle the horses and sound the trumpet." "Sound it today. We move in the morning at dawn without fail. Pan Babinich will gallop ahead with his Tartars, and seize with all haste informants." Kmita had barely heard this when he was outside the door, and a moment later hurrying on as his horse could gallop to Rokitno. And Sapieha also did not delay long. It was still night when the trumpets gave out their prolonged sounds. Then cavalry and infantry poured forth into the field. After them stretched a long train of squeaking wagons. The first gleams of day were reflected on musket barrels and spear points, and they marched, regiment after regiment, squadron after squadron, in great regularity. The cavalry sung their matins, and the horses snorted sharply in the morning coolness, from which the soldiers predicted sure victory for themselves. Their hearts were full of consolation, for the knighthood knew from experience that Sapieha weighed everything, that he labored with his head, that he considered every undertaking from both sides, that when he began a thing he would finish it, and when he moved he would strike. At Rokitno the layers of Tartars were cold. They had gone the night before, hence must have pushed far in advance. It surprised Sapieha that along the road it was difficult to learn anything of them, though the division, numbering with volunteers several hundred, could not pass without being seen. The most experienced officers wondered greatly at this march, and at Pan Babinich for being able to lead in such fashion. "Like a wolf he goes through the willows, and like a wolf he will bite," said they. He is as if born for the work. But Oskierko, who, as has been said, knew who Babinich was, said to Sapieha, "It was not for nothing that Hovanski put a price on his head. God will give victory to whom he chooses, but this is sure, that war with us will soon be bitter for Boguslav. But it is a pity that Babinich has vanished." "As if he had fallen into water," answered the hetman. 3 days passed without tidings. Sapieha's main forces had reached Drohichin, had crossed the Bug, and found no enemy in front. The hetman began to be disturbed. According to the statements of the light horse, Boguslav's scouts had reached Drohichin. It was evident, therefore, that Boguslav had determined to withdraw. But what was the meaning of this withdrawal? Had Boguslav learned that Sapieha's forces were superior, and was he afraid to measure strength with him? Or did he wish to entice the hetman far toward the north, to lighten for the King of Sweden his attack on Charniecki and the hetmans of the kingdom? Babinich was to find an informant and let the hetman know. The reports of the light horse as to the number of Boguslav's troops might be erroneous, hence the need of precise information at the earliest. Meanwhile 5 days more passed, and Babinich gave no account of himself. Spring was coming. The days were growing warmer. The snow was melting. The neighborhoods were being covered with water, under which were sleeping morasses, which hindered the march in an unheard-of degree. The greater part of the cannons and wagons the hetman had to leave in Drohichin and go farther on horseback. Hence great inconvenience and murmuring, especially among the general militia. In Bransk they came upon such mud that even the infantry could not march farther. The hetman collected on the road horses from peasants and small nobles, and seated musketeers on them. The light cavalry took others, but they had gone too far already, and the hetman understood that only one thing remained: to advance with all speed. Boguslav retreated unceasingly. Along the road they found continual traces of him, in villages burned here and there, in corpses of men hanging on trees. The small local nobles came every little while with information to Sapieha. But the truth was lost, as is usual in contradictory statements. One saw a single squadron, and swore that the prince had no more troops. Another saw 2, a third 3, a fourth an army 5 miles long. In a word, they were fables, such as men tell who know nothing of armies or war. They had seen Tartars too, here and there, but the stories concerning them seemed most improbable, for it was said that they were seen not behind the prince's army, but in front, marching ahead. Sapieha panted angrily when anyone mentioned Babinich in his presence, and he said to Oskierko, "You overrated him. In an evil hour I sent away Wołodyjowski, for if you were here I should have had long ago as many informants as I need. But Babinich is a whirlwind, or even worse. Who knows, he may in truth have joined Boguslav and be marching in the vanguard." Oskierko himself did not know what to think. Meanwhile another week passed. The army had come to Bialystok. It was midday. 2 hours later the vanguard gave notice that some detachment was approaching. "It may be Babinich," cried the hetman. "I'll give him paternoster." It was not Babinich himself, but in the camp there rose such commotion over the arrival of this detachment that Sapieha went out to see what was taking place. Meanwhile, officers from different squadrons flew in crying, "From Babinich, prisoners!" A whole band, he seized a crowd of men. Indeed, the hetman saw a number of tens of men on poor, rugged horses. Babinich's Tartars drove nearly 300 men, with bound hands beating them with bullock-skin whips. The prisoners presented a terrible sight. They were rather shadows than men, with torn clothing, half naked, so poor that the bones were pushing through their skin. Bloody, they marched half alive, indifferent to all things, even to the whistle of the whips which cut them, and to the wild shouts of the Tartars. "What kind of men are they?" asked the hetman. "Boguslav's troops," answered one of Kmita's volunteers, who had brought the prisoners together with the Tartars. "But where did you get so many?" Nearly half as many more fell on the road from exhaustion. With this, an old Tartar, a sergeant in the horde, approached and, beating with the forehead, gave a letter from Kmita to Sapieha. The hetman without delay broke the seal and began to read aloud. "Serene, great, mighty hetman, if I have sent neither news nor informants with news hitherto, it is because I went in front, and not in the rear, of Prince Boguslav's army, and I wished to learn the most possible." The hetman stopped reading. "That is a devil," said he. Instead of following the prince, he went ahead of him. "May the bullets strike him," added Oskierko in an undertone. The hetman read on. It was dangerous work, as Boguslav's scouts marched in a wide front, but after I had cut down 2 parties and spared none, I worked to the van of the army, from which movement great confusion came upon the prince, for he fell to thinking at once that he was surrounded, and as it were was crawling into a trap. That is the reason of this unexpected withdrawal," cried the hetman. "A devil, a genuine devil," he read on with still more curiosity. The prince, not understanding what had happened, began to lose his head, and sent out party after party, which we cut up notably, so that none of them returned in the same number. Marching in advance, we seized provisions, cut dams, destroyed bridges, so that Boguslav's men advanced with great trouble, neither sleeping nor eating, having rest neither day nor night. They could not stir from the camp, for the Tartars seized the unwary, and when the camp was sleeping, the Tartars howled terribly in the willows. So the enemy, thinking that a great army was moving on them, had to stand under arms all night. The prince was brought to great despair, not knowing what to begin, where to go, how to turn. For this reason it is needful to march on him quickly, before his fear passes. He had 6,000 troops, but has lost nearly 1,000. His horses are dying. His cavalry is good. His infantry is passable. God, however, has granted that from day to day it decreases, and if our army comes up, it will fly apart. I seized in Bialystok the prince's carriages, some of his provision chests and things of value, with 2 cannons, but I was forced to throw most of these into the river. The traitor, from continual rage, has grown seriously ill, and is barely able to sit on his horse. Fever leaves him neither night nor day. Panna Borzobogati is taken, but being ill, the prince can make no attack on her honor. These reports, with the account of Boguslav's desperation, I got from the prisoners whom my Tartars touched up with fire, and who, if they are touched again, will repeat the truth. Now I commend my obedient services to you, serene great mighty hetman, begging for forgiveness if I have erred. The Tartars are good fellows, and seeing a world of plunder, serve marvelously. Serene great mighty lord, said Oskierko, now you surely regret less that Wołodyjowski is away, for he could not equal this devil incarnate. Oh, he is an ambitious piece. He even hurled the truth into the eyes of Prince Janusz, not caring whether it was pleasant or unpleasant for that hetman to hear it. This was his style with Hovanski, but Hovanski had 15 times more troops. If that is true, we need to advance at the greatest speed, said Sapieha, before the prince can collect his wits. Let us move on, by the dear God. Babinich will cut the dams, and we will overtake Boguslav. Meanwhile the prisoners, whom the Tartars had kept in a group in front of Sapieha, seeing the hetman, fell to groaning and weeping, showing their misery and calling for mercy in various tongues. For there were among them Swedes, Germans, and the Scottish guards of Prince Boguslav. Sapieha took them from the Tartars and gave command to feed them, and take their testimony without torture. Their statements confirm the truth of Kmita's words. Therefore the rest of Sapieha's army advanced at great speed. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835–1906. Chapter 24. Kmicic's next report came from Sokolka and was brief. The prince, to mislead our troops, has feigned a march towards Szczucin, whither he has sent a party. He has gone himself with his main force to Janów, and has received there a reinforcement of infantry, led by Captain Kiritz, 800 good men. From the place where we are, the prince's fires are visible. In Janów he intends to rest 1 week. The prisoners say that he is ready for battle. The fever is shaking him continually. On receipt of this statement, Sapieha, leaving the remainder of his cannon and wagons, moved on with cavalry to Sokolka, and at last the two armies stood eye to eye. It was foreseen, too, that a battle was unavoidable, for on one side they could flee no longer, the others pursuing. Meanwhile, like wrestlers who after a long chase are to seize each other by the bodies, they lay opposite each other, catching breath in their panting throats, and resting. When the hetman saw Kmicic, he seized him by the shoulders and said, "I was angry with you for not giving an account of yourself for so long, but I see that you have accomplished more than I could hope for, and if God gives victory, not mine but yours will be the merit. You went like an angel guardian after Bogusław." An ill-omened light gleamed in Kmicic's eyes. "If I am his angel guardian, I must be present at his death." "God will order that," said the hetman seriously. "But if you wish the Lord to bless you, then pursue the enemy of the country, not your own." Kmicic bowed in silence, but it could not be learned whether the beautiful words of the hetman made any impression on him. His face expressed implacable hatred, and was the more threatening that the toil of pursuit after Bogusław had emaciated it still more. Formerly in that countenance was depicted only daring and insolent wildness. Now it had become also stern and inexorable. You could easily see that he against whom that man had recorded vengeance in his soul ought to guard himself, even if he were Radziwill. He had, in truth, avenged himself terribly. The services he had rendered in that campaign were immense. By pushing himself in front of Bogusław, he had beaten him from the road, had made his reckoning false, had fixed in him the conviction that he was surrounded, and had forced him to retreat. Further, he went before him night and day. He destroyed scouting parties. He was without mercy for prisoners. In Siemiatycze, in Botski, in Orel and Bielsk, he had fallen in the dark night on the whole camp. In Woiszki, not far from Zabludowo, in a purely Radziwill country, he had fallen like a blind hurricane on the quarters of the prince himself, so that Bogusław, who had just sat down to dinner, almost fell into his hands, and thanks to Sakovich alone did he take out his head alive. At Białystok, Kmicic seized the carriages and camp chests of Bogusław. He wearied, weakened, and inflicted hunger on Bogusław's troops. The choice German infantry and Swedish cavalry which the prince had brought with him were like walking skeletons, from wandering, from surprises, from sleeplessness. The mad howling of the Tartars and Kmicic's volunteers was heard in front of them, at the flanks, and in the rear. Scarcely had a wearied soldier closed his eyes when he had to seize his weapons. The farther on, the worse the condition. The small nobility inhabiting those neighbourhoods joined with the Tartars, partly through hatred of the Radziwills of Birji, partly through fear of Kmicic, for he punished beyond measure those who resisted. His forces increased therefore, those of Bogusław melted. Besides, Bogusław himself was really ill, and though in the heart of that man care never had its nest long, and though the astrologers, whom he believed blindly, had foretold him in Prussia that his person would meet no harm in that expedition, his ambitions suffered harshly more than once. He, whose name had been repeated with admiration in the Netherlands, on the Rhine, and in France, was beaten every day in those deep forests by an unseen enemy, and overcome without a battle. There was, besides, in that pursuit, such uncommon stubbornness and impetuosity passing the usual measure of war, that Bogusław, with his native quickness, divined after a few days that some inexorable personal enemy was following him. He learned the name Babinich easily, for the whole neighbourhood repeated it, but that name was strange to him. Not less glad would he be to know the person, and on the road in times of pursuit he arranged tens and hundreds of ambushes, always in vain. Babinich was able to avoid traps, and inflicted defeats where they were least expected. At last both armies came to the neighbourhood of Sokolka. Bogusław found there the reinforcement under Kiritz, who, not knowing hitherto where the prince was, went to Janów, where the fate of Bogusław's expedition was to be decided. Kmicic closed hermetically all the roads leading from Janów to Sokolka, Korycin, Kuźnica, and Suchowola. The neighbouring forests, willow woods, and thickets were occupied by the Tartars. Not a letter could pass, no waggon with provisions could be brought in. Bogusław himself was in a hurry for battle before his last biscuit in Janów should be eaten. But, as a man of quick wit, trained in every intrigue, he determined to try negotiations first. He did not know yet that Sapieha in this kind of intrigue surpassed him greatly in reasoning and quickness. From Sokolka then, in Bogusław's name, came Pan Sakovich, under-chamberlain and starosta of Ośmiana, the attendant and personal friend of Prince Bogusław, with a letter and authority to conclude peace. This Pan Sakovich was a wealthy man who reached senatorial dignity later in life, for he became voivoda of Smolensk and treasurer of the Grand Principality. He was at that time one of the most noted cavaliers in Lithuania, famed equally for bravery and beauty. Pan Sakovich was of medium stature. The hair of his head and brows was black as a raven's wing, but he had pale blue eyes which gazed with marvellous and unspeakable insolence, so that Bogusław said of him that he stunned with his eyes as with the back of an axe. He wore foreign garments which he brought from journeys made with Bogusław. He spoke nearly all languages. In battle he rushed into the greatest whirl so madly that among his enemies he was called the Doomed Man. But thanks to his uncommon strength and presence of mind, he always came out unharmed. It was said that he had strength to stop a carriage in its course by seizing the hind wheel. He could drink beyond measure, could toss off a quart of cream in vodka, and be as sober as if he had taken nothing in his mouth. With men he was morose, haughty, offensive. In Bogusław's hand he was as soft as wax. His manners were polished, and though in the king's chambers he knew how to bear himself, he had a certain wildness in his spirit, which burst forth at times like a flame. Pan Sakovich was rather a companion than a servant of Bogusław. Bogusław, who in truth had never loved anyone in his life, had an unconquerable weakness for this man. By nature exceedingly sordid, he was generous to Sakovich alone. By his influence he raised him to be under-chamberlain, and had him endowed with the starostaship of Ośmiana. After every battle, Bogusław's first question was, "Where is Sakovich? Has he met with no harm?" The prince depended greatly on the starosta's counsels, and employed him in war and in negotiations in which the courage and impudence of Sakovich were very effective. This time he sent him to Sapieha, but the mission was difficult. First, because the suspicion might easily fall on the starosta that he had come only to spy out and discover Sapieha's strength. Second, because the envoy had much to ask and nothing to offer. Happily, Pan Sakovich did not trouble himself with anything. He entered as a victor who comes to dictate terms to the vanquished, and struck Sapieha with his pale eyes. Sapieha smiled when he saw that pride, but half of his smile was compassion. Every man may impose much with daring and impudence. But on people of a certain measure, the hetman was above the measure of Sakovich. "My master, Prince in Birji and Dubinki, Commander-in-Chief of the armies of His Princely Highness the Elector," said Sakovich, "has sent me with a greeting, and to ask about the health of your worthiness." "Thank the prince, and say that you saw me well." Sapieha took the letter, opened it carelessly enough, read it, and said, "Too bad to lose time. I cannot see what the prince wants. Do you surrender, or do you wish to try your fortune?" Sakovich feigned astonishment. "Whether we surrender? I think that the prince proposes specially in this letter that you surrender. At least my instructions—" "Of your instructions we will speak later, my dear Pan Sakovich. We have chased you nearly 150 miles as a hound does a hare. Have you ever heard of a hare proposing to a hound to surrender?" "We have received reinforcements." "Von Kiritz with 800 men, and so tired that they will lay down their arms before battle. I will give you Khmelnytsky's saying, 'There is no time to talk.' The Elector, with all his power, is with us." "That is well. I shall not have far to seek him, for I wish to ask him by what right he sends troops into the Commonwealth, of which he is a vassal, and to which he is bound in loyalty." "The right of the strongest." "Maybe in Prussia such a right exists, but not with us. But if you are the stronger, take the field. The prince would long since have attacked you, were it not for kindred blood. I wonder if that is the only hindrance. The prince wonders at the animosity of the Sapiehas against the house of Radziwill, and that your worthiness for private revenge hesitates not to spill the blood of the country. Tfu, cried Kmicic, listening behind the hetman's armchair to the conversation. Pan Sakovich rose, went to Kmicic and struck him with his eyes, but he met his own, or better, and in the eyes of Pan Andrzej the starosta found such an answer that he dropped his glance to the floor. The hetman frowned. Take your seat, Pan Sakovich, and do you preserve calm, turning to Kmicic. Then he said to Sakovich, Conscience speaks only the truth, but mouths chew it and spit it into the world as calumny. He who with foreign troops attacks a country inflicts wrong on him who defends it. God hears this, and the heavenly chronicler will inscribe. Through hatred of the Sapiehas to the Radziwills was the Prince Voyevoda of Vilna consumed. I hate traitors, not the Radziwills, and the best proof of this is that Prince Michał Radziwill is in my camp now. Tell me, what is your wish? Your worthiness, I will tell what I have in my heart. He hates who sends secret assassins. Pan Sapieha was astonished in his turn. I send assassins against Prince Bogusław? That is the case. You have gone mad. The other day they caught, beyond Janov, a murderer who once made an attack on the life of the prince. Tortures brought him to tell who sent him. A moment of silence followed, but in that silence Pan Sapieha heard how Kmicic, standing behind him, repeated twice through his set lips, Woe, woe. God is my judge, answered the hetman, with real senatorial dignity, that neither to you nor your prince shall I ever justify myself, for you were not made to be my judges. But do you, instead of loitering, tell directly what you have come for, and what conditions your prince offers. The prince, my lord, has destroyed Horotkiewicz, has defeated Pan Krzysztof Sapieha, taken Tykotsin, therefore he can justly call himself victor, and ask for considerable advantages. But regretting the loss of Christian blood, he desires to return in quiet to Prussia, requiring nothing more than the freedom of leaving his garrisons in the castles. We have also taken prisoners not a few, among whom are distinguished officers, not counting Panna Anyusha Borzobagati, who has been sent already to Taurogi. These may be exchanged on equal terms. Do not boast of your victories, for my advance guard, led by Pan Babinich, here present, pressed you for 150 miles. You retreated before it, lost twice as many prisoners as you took previously. You lost wagons, cannon, camp chests. Your army is fatigued, dropping from hunger, has nothing to eat. You know not whither to turn. You have seen my army. I did not ask to have your eyes bound purposely, that you might know whether you are able to measure forces with us. As to that young lady, she is not under my guardianship, but that of Pan Zamoyski and Princess Griselda Wiśniewiecki. The prince will reckon with them if he does her any injustice, but speak with wisdom, otherwise I shall order Pan Babinich to march at once. Sakovich, instead of answering, turned to Kmicic. Then you are the man who made such onsets on the road? You must have learned your murderous trade under Kmicic. Learn on your own skin whether I practised well. The hetman again frowned. You have nothing to do here, said he to Sakovich. You may go. Your worthiness, give me at least a letter. Let it be so. Wait at Pan Oskierko's quarters for a letter. Hearing this, Pan Oskierko conducted Sakovich at once to his quarters. The hetman waved his hand as a parting, then he turned to Pan Andrzej. "Why did you say 'woe' when he spoke of that man whom they seized?" asked he, looking quickly and severely into the eyes of the knight. "Has hatred so deadened your conscience that you really sent a murderer to the prince?" "By the most holy lady whom I defended, no," answered Kmicic. "Not through strange hands did I wish to reach his throat." "Why did you say 'woe'? Do you know that man?" "I know him," answered Kmicic, growing pale from emotion and rage. "I sent him from Lvov to Taurogi. Prince Bogusław took Panna Bilevich to Taurogi. I love that lady. We were to marry. I sent that man to get me news of her. She was in such hands—" "Calm yourself," said the hetman. "Have you given him any letters?" "No. She would not read them." "Why?" "Bogusław told her that I offered to carry away the king." "Great are your reasons for hating him." "True, your worthiness, true." "Does the prince know that man?" "He knows him. That is the Sergeant Soroka. He helped me to carry off Bogusław." "I understand," said the hetman. "The vengeance of the prince is awaiting him." A moment of silence followed. "The prince is in a trap," said the hetman after a while. "Maybe he will consent to give him up." "Let your worthiness," said Kmicic, "detain Sakovich and send me to the prince. Perhaps I may rescue Soroka." "Is his fate such a great question for you?" "An old soldier, an old servant. He carried me in his arms. A multitude of times he has saved my life. God would punish me were I to abandon him in such straits." And Kmicic began to tremble from pity and anxiety. But the hetman said, "It is no wonder to me that the soldiers love you, for you love them. I will do what I can. I will write to the prince that I will free for him whomever he wishes for that soldier, who besides at your command has acted as an innocent agent." Kmicic seized his head. "What does he care for prisoners? He will not let him go for 30 of them." "Then he will not give him to you. He will even attempt your life." "He would give him for one, for Sakovich." "I cannot imprison Sakovich. He is an envoy." "Detain him, and I will go with a letter to the prince. Perhaps I shall succeed. God be with him. I will abandon my revenge if he will give me that soldier." "Wait," said the hetman. "I can detain Sakovich. Besides that, I will write to the prince to send me a safe conduct without a name." The hetman began to write at once. An hour later a Cossack was galloping with a letter to Janov, and toward evening he returned with Bogusław's answer. "I send according to request the safe conduct with which every envoy may return unharmed, though it is a wonder to me that your worthiness should ask for a conduct, while you have such a hostage as my servant and friend Pan Sakovich, for whom I have so much love that I would give all the offices in my army for him. It is known also that envoys are not killed, but are usually respected even by wild Tartars with whom your worthiness is making war against my Christian army. Now, guaranteeing the safety of your envoy by my personal princely word, I subscribe myself, etc." That same evening Kmicic took the safe conduct and went with the 2 Kymieliches. Pan Sakovich remained in Sokolka as a hostage. End of chapter 24. Recording by David Granville Young.
Chapter 25 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Jeff Evans, Minneapolis, Minnesota. The Deluge, Volume 2 by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 25. It was near midnight when Pan Andrei announced himself to advanced pickets of the prince, but no one was sleeping in the whole camp. The battle might begin at any moment, therefore they had prepared for it carefully. Boguslav's troops had occupied Janów itself. They commanded the road from Sokolka, which was held by artillery managed by the elector's trained men. There were only 3 cannons, but abundance of powder and balls. On both sides of Janów, among the birch groves, Boguslav gave orders to make entrenchments and to occupy them with double-barreled guns and infantry. The cavalry occupied Janów itself, the road behind the cannons and the intervals between the trenches. The position was defensible enough, and with fresh men defense in it might be long and bloody, but of fresh soldiers there were only 800 under curates. The rest were so wearied that they could barely stand on their feet. Besides, the howling of the Tartars was heard in Suchowola at midnight, and later in the rear of Boguslav's ranks. Hence a certain fear was spread among the soldiers. Boguslav was forced to send in that direction all his light cavalry, which after it had gone 3 miles dared neither return nor advance for fear of ambushes in the forest. Boguslav, though a fever together with violent chills was tormenting him more than ever, commanded everything in person, but since he rode with difficulty he had himself carried by 4 soldiers in an open litter. In this way he had examined the road as well as the birch groves, and was entering Janów when he was informed that an envoy from Steppe was approaching. They were already on the street. Boguslav was unable to recognize Kmita because of the darkness, and because Pan Andrei, through excess of caution on the part of the officers in the advanced guard, had his head covered with a bag in which there was an opening only for his mouth. The prince noticed the bag when Kmita, after dismounting, stood near him. He gave command to remove it at once. "This is Janów," said he, "and there is no reason for secrecy." Then he turned in the darkness to Pan Andrei. "Are you from Pan Steppe?" "I am." "And what is Pan Sienkiewicz doing there?" "Pan Oskierko is entertaining him." "Why did you ask for a safe conduct when you have Sienkiewicz?" "Pan Steppe is too careful, and let him see to it that he is not too clever." "That is not my affair," answered Kmita. "I see that the envoy is not overgiven to speech. I have brought a letter, and in the quarters I will speak of my own affair." "Is there a private question?" "There will be a request to your highness." "I should be glad not to refuse it. Now I beg you to follow. I should ask you to the litter, but it's too small." They moved on, the prince in the litter and Kmita at one side on horseback. They looked in the darkness without being able to distinguish the faces of each other. After a while the prince, in spite of furs, began to shake so that his teeth chattered. At last he said, "It has come on me grievously. If it were not for this, I would give other conditions." Kmita said nothing, and only wished to pierce with his eyes the darkness, in the middle of which the head and face of the prince were outlined in indefinite gray and white features. At the sound of Boguslav's voice and at the sight of his figure, all the former insults, the old hatred, and the burning desire of revenge so rose in Kmita's heart that they turned almost to madness. His hand of itself sought the sword which had been taken from him, but at his girdle he had the baton, with an iron head, the ensign of his rank of colonel. The devil then began to whirl in his brain at once, and to whisper, "Cry in his ear who you are, and smash his head to bits. The night is dark, you will escape. The Kmicics are with you. You will rub out a traitor and pay for injustice. You will rescue Olenka Soroka. Strike! Strike!" Kmita came still nearer the litter, and with trembling hand began to draw forth the baton. "Strike!" whispered the devil. "You will serve the country." Kmita had now drawn out the baton, and he squeezed the handle as if wishing to crush it in his hand. "1, 2, 3, whispered the devil. But at that moment Kmita's horse, whether because he had hit the helmet of the soldier with his nose, or had shied, it is enough that he stumbled violently. Kmita pulled the reins. During this time the litter had moved on several steps. The hair stood on the head of the young man. "O most holy mother, restrain my hand," whispered he, through his set teeth. "O most holy mother, save me. I am here an envoy. I came from the hetman, and I want to murder like a knight assassin. I am a noble. I am a servant of thine. Lead me not into temptation." "But why are you loitering?" asked Boguslav in a voice broken by fever. "I'm here. Do you hear the cocks crowing beyond the fences? It is needful to hurry, for I'm sick and want rest." Kmita put the baton behind his belt and rode farther, near the litter. Still he could not find peace. He understood that only with cool blood and self-command could he free Soroka. Therefore he stipulated with himself in advance what words to use with the prince so as to incline and convince him. He vowed to have only Soroka in view, to mention nothing else, and especially not Olenka. And he felt how, in the darkness, a burning blush covered his face at the thought that perhaps the prince himself would mention her, and maybe mention something that Pan Andrzej would not be able to endure or listen to. "Let him not mention her," said he to himself. "Let him not allude to her, for in that is his death and mine. Let him have mercy upon himself if he lacks shame." Pan Andrzej suffered terribly. His breath failed him, and his throat was so straitened that he feared lest he might not be able to bring forth the words when he came to speak. In this stifling oppression he began the litany. After a time relief came. He was quieted considerably, and that grasp, as it were, of an iron hand squeezing his throat was relaxed. They had now arrived at the prince's quarters. The soldiers put down the litter. 2 attendants took the prince by the armpits. He turned to Kmita, and with his teeth chattering continually, said, "I beg you to follow. The chill will soon pass, then we can speak." After a while they found themselves in a separate apartment in which heaps of coal were glowing in a fireplace, and in which was unendurable heat. His servants placed Prince Boguslav on a long campaign armchair covered with furs, and brought a light. Then the attendants withdrew. The prince threw his head back, closed his eyes, and remained in that position motionless for a time. At last he said, "Directly, let me rest." Kmita looked at him. The prince had not changed much, but the fever had pinched his face. He was painted as usual, and his cheeks touched with color, but just for that reason, when he lay there with closed eyes and head thrown back, he was somewhat like a corpse or wax figure. Pan Andrzej stood before him in the bright light. The prince began to open his lids lazily. Suddenly he opened them completely, and a flame, as it were, flew over his face. But it remained only an instant. Then again he closed his eyes. "If thou art a spirit, I fear thee not," said he, "but vanish." "I've come with a letter from the hetman," answered Kmita. Boguslav shuddered a little, as if he wished to shake off visions. Then he looked at Kmita and asked, "Have I been deceived in you?" "Not at all," answered Pan Andrzej, pointing with his finger to the scar. "That is the second," muttered the prince to himself, and he added aloud, "Where is the letter?" "Here it is," said Kmita, giving the letter. Boguslav began to read, and when he had finished, a marvelous light flashed in his eyes. "It is well," said he. "There is loitering enough. Tomorrow the battle, and I am glad, for I shall not have fever." "And we too are glad," answered Kmita. A moment of silence followed, during which these 2 inexorable enemies measured each other with a certain terrible curiosity. The prince first resumed the conversation. "I divine that it was you who attacked me with the Tartars." "It was I." "And did you not fear to come here?" Kmita did not answer. "Did you count on our relationship through the Kishkis? For you and I have our reckonings. I can tear you out of your skin, Sir Cavalier." "You can, your highness." "You came with a safe conduct, it is true. I understand now why Pan Sapieha asked for it. But you have attempted my life. Sakovich is detained there, but Sapieha has no right to Sakovich, while I have a right to you, cousin. I have come with a prayer to your highness." "I beg you mention it. You can calculate that for you everything will be done." "What is the prayer?" "I have here a captive soldier, one of those men who aided me in carrying you off. I gave orders. He acted as a blind instrument. Be pleased to set that man at liberty." Boguslav thought a while. "I'm thinking," said he, "which is greater, your daring as a soldier or your insolence as a petitioner? I do not ask this man from you for nothing." And what will you give me for him? Myself. Is it possible that he is such a precious soldier? You pay bountifully. But see that that is sufficient, for surely you would like to ransom something else from me. Kmita came a step nearer to the prince, and grew so awfully pale that Boguslav, in spite of himself, looked at the door, and notwithstanding all his daring, he changed the subject of conversation. Pan Sapieha will not entertain such an agreement. I should be glad to hold you, but I have guaranteed with my word of a prince your safety. I will write by that soldier to the hetman that I remain of my own will. And he will declare that, in spite of your will, I must stand you. You have given him services too great. He will not set Sienkiewicz free, and Sienkiewicz I prize higher than you. Then, your highness, free that soldier, and I will go on my word where you command. I may fall tomorrow. I care nothing for treaties touching the day after. I implore your highness, for that man What will you do? I will drop my revenge. You see, Pan Kmita, many a time have I gone against a bear with a spear, not because I had to, but from desire. I'm glad when some danger threatens, for life is less dull for me. In this case I reserve your revenge as a pleasure, for you are, I must confess, of that breed of bears which seek the hunter themselves. Your highness, said Kmita, for small mercies God often forgives great sins. Neither of us knows when it will come to him to stand before the judgment of Christ. Enough, said the prince. I compose psalms for myself in spite of the fever, so as to have some merit before the Lord. Should I need a preacher, I should summon my own. You do not know how to beg with sufficient humility, and you go in roundabout ways. I will show you the method myself. Strike tomorrow in the battle on Sapieha, and after tomorrow I will let out the soldier and forgive you your sins. You betrayed Radziwiłł, betray now Sapieha. Is this the last word of your highness? By all saints, I implore you. No, devil take you, and you change in face, but don't come too near, for though I am ashamed to call attendance, look here, you're too bold. Boguslav pointed at a pistol barrel peeping from under the fur with which it was covered, and looked with sparkling eyes into Kmita's eyes. Your highness, cried Kmita, almost joining his hands in prayer, but with a face changed by wrath. You beg, but you threaten, said Boguslav. You bend your neck, but the devil is gnashing his teeth at me from behind your collar. Pride is gleaming in your eyes, and in your mouth it sounds as in a cloud. With your forehead to the Radziwiłł feet, when you beg, my little man, beat with your forehead on the floor, then I will answer. Pan Andrej's face was as pale as a piece of linen. He drew his hand over his moist forehead, his eyes, his face, and he spoke with such a broken voice, as if the fever from which the prince suffered had suddenly sprung upon him. If your highness will free for me that old soldier, I am ready to fall at your feet. Satisfaction gleamed in Boguslav's eyes. He had brought down his enemy, bent his proud neck. Better food he could not give to his revenge and hatred. Kmita stood before him with hair erect on his forelock, trembling in his whole body, his face resembling even in rest the head of a hawk, recalled all the more an enraged bird of prey. You could not tell whether at the next moment he would throw himself at the feet or hurl himself at the breast of the prince, but Boguslav, not taking his eyes from him, said, Before witnesses, before people, and he turned to the door. Hither! A number of attendants, Poles and foreigners, came in. After them officers entered. Gracious gentlemen, said the prince, behold Pan Kmita, a banneret of Orsha, and envoy of Pan Sapieha, who has come to beg a favor of me, and he wishes to have all you gentlemen as witnesses. Kmita tottered like a drunken man, groaned, and fell at Boguslav's feet. The prince stretched his feet purposely so that the end of his riding boot touched the forehead of the knight. All looked in silence, astonished at the famous name, as well as at this, that he who bore it was now an envoy from Pan Sapieha. All understood, too, that something uncommon was taking place. The prince rose, and without saying a word, passed into the adjoining chamber, beckoning to two attendants to follow him. Kmita rose. His face showed no longer either anger or rapacity, merely indifference and insensibility. He appeared unconscious of what was happening to him, and his energy seemed broken completely. Half an hour passed, an hour. Outside the windows was heard the tramp of horses' feet and the measured tread of soldiers. He sat continually as if of stone. Suddenly the door opened. An officer entered, an old acquaintance of Kmita's from Biri, and 8 soldiers, 4 with muskets, 4 without firearms, with sabres. "Gracious Colonel, rise," said the officer politely. Kmita looked on him wonderingly. "Glovbich," he said, recognizing the officer. "I have an order," answered Glovbich, "to bind your hands and conduct you beyond Janov. The binding is for a time, then you will go free. Therefore I beg you not to resist." "Bind," answered Kmita. And he permitted them to tie him, but they did not tie his feet. The officer led him out of the room and on foot through Janov. Then they advanced for about an hour. On the road some horsemen joined them. Kmita heard them speaking in Polish. The Poles who served with Boguslav all knew the name of Kmita, and therefore were most curious to know what would happen to him. The party passed the birch grove and came to an open field on which Pan Andrzej saw a detachment of the light Polish squadron of Boguslav. The soldiers stood in rank, forming a square. In the middle was a space in which were 2 foot soldiers holding horses harnessed to draw, and some men with torches. By the light of the torches, Pan Andrzej saw a freshly sharpened stake lying on the ground, with the large end fastened in a great log. A shiver passed through Kmita involuntarily. "That is for me," thought he. "Boguslav has ordered them to draw me on the stake with horses. He sacrifices Sienkiewicz to his vengeance." But he was mistaken. The stake was intended first for Soroka. By the quivering flames, Pan Andrzej saw Soroka himself. The old soldier was sitting there at the side of the log on a stool, without a cap and with bound hands, guarded by 4 soldiers. A man dressed in a short shuba, without sleeves, was at the moment giving him in a shallow cup gorelka, which Soroka drank eagerly enough. When he had drunk, he spat, and since at that very moment Kmita was placed between 2 horsemen in the first rank, Soroka saw him, sprang from the stool, and straightened himself as if on military parade. For a while they looked the one at the other. Soroka's face was calm and resigned. He only moved his jaws as if chewing. "Soroka!" groaned Kmita at last. "At command," answered the soldier. And again silence followed. What had they to say at such a moment? Then the executioner, who had given Soroka the vodka, approached him. "Well, old man," said he, "it is time for you. And you will draw me on straight?" "Never fear." Soroka feared not, but when he felt on his shoulder the hand of the executioner, he began to pant quickly and loudly, and at last he said, "More gorelka." "There is none." Suddenly one of the soldiers pushed out of the rank and gave a canteen. "Here is some, give it to him." "To the rank," commanded Glovbich. Still the man in the short shuba held the canteen to Soroka's mouth. He drank abundantly, and after he had drunk, breathed deeply. "See," said he, "the lot of a soldier after 30 years' service. Well, if it is time, it is time." Another executioner approached, and they began to undress him. A moment of silence. The torches trembled in the hands of those holding them. It became terrible for all. Meanwhile, from the ranks surrounding the square was wrested a murmur of dissatisfaction, which came louder each instant. "A soldier is not an executioner. He gives death himself, but does not wish to see torture." "Silence!" cried Glovbich. The murmur became a loud bustle in which were heard single words. "Devils! Thunders! Pagan service!" Suddenly Kmita shouted as if they had been drawing him on the stake. "Stop!" The executioner halted involuntarily. All eyes were turned to Kmita. "Soldiers!" shouted Pan Andrzej. "Prince Boguslav is a traitor to the king and the Commonwealth. You are surrounded, and tomorrow you will be cut to pieces. You are serving a traitor. You are serving against the country. But whoso leaves this service leaves the traitor. To him forgiveness of the king, forgiveness of the hetman. Choose, death and disgrace, or reward tomorrow. I will pay wages, and a ducat a man, 2 ducats a man. Choose. It is not for you, worthy soldiers, to serve a traitor. Long life to the king, long life to the grand hetman of Lithuania." The disturbance was turned into thunder. The ranks were broken. A number of voices shouted, "Long life to the king! We have heard enough of this service. Destruction to traitors!" "Stop, stop!" shouted other voices. "Tomorrow you will die in disgrace," bellowed Kmita. "The Tartars are in Suhovola. The prince is a traitor. We are fighting against the king. Strike! To the prince! Halt!" In the disturbance, some saber had cut the ropes tying Kmita's hands. He sprang that moment on one of the horses which were to draw Soroka on the stake and cried from the horse, "Follow me to the hetman." "I go," shouted Glovbich. "Long life to the king." "May he live," answered 50 voices, and 50 sabers glittered at once. "To horse, Soroka," commanded Kmita. There were some who wished to resist, but at sight of the naked sabers they grew silent. One, however, turned his horse and vanished from the eye in a moment. The torches went out, darkness embraced all. "After me," shouted Kmita. An orderless mass of men moved from the place, and then stretched out in a long line. When they had gone 2 or 3 furlongs, they met the infantry pickets, who occupied in large parties the birch grove on the left side. "Who goes?" "Glovbich with a party." "The word?" "Trumpets." "Pass." They rode forward, not hurrying over much. Then they went on a trot. "Soroka," said Kmita. "At command," answered the voice of the sergeant at his side. Kmita said nothing more, but stretching out his hand, put his palm on Soroka's head, as if wishing to convince himself that he was riding there. The soldier pressed upon Andrzej's hand to his lips in silence. Then Glovbich called from the other side, "Your Grace, I wanted long ago to do what I have done today. You will not regret it. I shall be thankful all my life to you. Tell me, Glovbich, why did the prince send you, and not a foreign regiment, to the execution?" "Because he wanted to disgrace you before the Poles. The foreign soldiers do not know you." "And was nothing to happen to me?" "I had the order to cut your bonds, but if you tried to defend Soroka, we were to bring you for punishment to the prince." "Then he was willing to sacrifice Sakovich," muttered Kmita. Meanwhile, Prince Boguslav Inyanov, wearied with the fever and the toil of the day, had gone to sleep. He was roused from slumber by an uproar in front of his quarters and a knocking at the door. Your Highness," cried a number of voices. "He's asleep, do not rouse him," answered the pages. But the prince sat up in his bed and cried, "A light!" They brought in a light, and at the same time the officer on duty entered. "Your Highness," said he, "Sapye's envoy has brought Glovbich's squadron to mutiny and taken it to the hetman." Silence followed. "Sound the kettle drums and other drums," said Boguslav at last. "Let the troops form in rank." The officer went out. The prince remained alone. "That is a terrible man," said he to himself, and he felt that a new paroxysm of fever was seizing him. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Jeff Evans, Minneapolis, Minnesota. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 26. It is easy to imagine Sapyeha's amazement when Kmita not only returned safely himself, but brought with him a number of tens of horsemen and his old servant. Kmita had to tell the hetman and Oskerko twice what had happened and how it had happened. They listened with curiosity, clapping their hands frequently and seizing their heads. "Learn from this," said the hetman, "that whoso carries vengeance too far from him, it often slips away like a bird through the fingers. Prince Boguslav wanted to have Poles as witnesses of your shame and sufferings so as to disgrace you the more, and he carried the matter too far. But do not boast of this, for it was the ordinance of God which gave you victory. Though, in my way, I will tell you one thing. He's a devil, but you too are a devil. The prince did ill to insult you. I will not leave him behind in vengeance, and God grant that I shall not overdo it. Leave vengeance altogether, as Christ did, though with one word he might have destroyed the Jews." Kmita said nothing, and there was no time for discussion. There was not even time for rest. He was mortally wearied, and still he had determined to go that night to his Tartars, who were posted in the forests and on the roads in the rear of Boguslav's army. But people of that period slept soundly on horseback. Pan Andrzej simply gave command then to saddle a fresh horse, promising himself to slumber sweetly on the road. When he was mounting, Soroka came to him and stood straight as in service. "Your Grace," said he, "what have you to say, old man? I have come to ask when I am to start." "For what place?" "For Trilogy." Kmita laughed. "You will not go to Trilogy, you will go with me." "At command," answered the sergeant, striving not to show his delight. They rode on together, for they had to go around by forests so as not to fall into Boguslav's hands. But Kmita and Soroka slept 100-fold and came to the Tartars without any accident. Akba Ulan presented himself at once before Babinich and gave him a report of his activity. Pan Andrzej was satisfied. Every bridge had been burned, the dams were cut. That was not all. The water of springtime had overflowed, changing the fields, meadows, and roads in the lower places into muddy quagmires. Boguslav had no choice but to fight, to conquer or perish. It was impossible for him to think of retreat. "Very well," said Kmita. "He has good cavalry, but heavy. He will not have use for it in the mud of today." Then he turned to Abka Ulan. "You have grown poor," said he, striking him on the stomach with his fist, "but after the battle you will fill your paunch with the prince's ducats." "God has created the enemy so that men of battle might have someone to plunder," said the Tartar with seriousness. "But Boguslav's cavalry stands in front of you. There are some hundreds of good horses, and yesterday a regiment of infantry came and entrenched itself. But could they not be enticed to the field? They will not come out. But turn them, leave them in the rear, and go to Yanov. They occupy the road. Then you must think of something." Kmita began to stroke his forelock with his hand. "Have you tried to steal up to them? How far will they follow you out?" "A furlong, 2, not farther." "Then we must think of something," repeated Kmita. But that night they thought of nothing. Next morning, however, Kmita went with the Tartars toward the camp lying between Suhoval and Yanov, and discovered that Akba Ulan had exaggerated, saying that the infantry was entrenched on that side, for they had little ditches, nothing more. It was possible to make a protracted defense from them, especially against Tartars, who did not go readily to the attack of such places. But it was impossible for men in them to think of enduring any kind of siege. "If I had infantry," thought Kmita, "I would go into fire." But it was difficult even to dream of bringing infantry, for, first, Sapieha himself had not very many. Second, there was no time to bring them. Kmita approached so closely that Boguslav's infantry opened fire on him, but he did not care. He rode among the bullets and examined, looked around, and the Tartars, though less enduring of fire, had to keep pace with him. Then cavalry rushed out and undertook to flank him. He retreated about 3,000 yards and turned again, but they had ridden back toward the trenches. In vain did the Tartars let off a cloud of arrows after them. Only one man fell from his horse, and that one, his comrades saved, carried in. Kmita, on returning, instead of riding straight to Suhova, reached toward the west and came to the Kamionka. This swampy river had overflowed widely, for that year the springtime was wonderfully abundant in water. Kmita looked at the river, threw a number of broken branches into it so as to measure the speed of the current, and said to Ulan, "We will go around their flank and strike them in the rear." "Horses cannot swim against the current." "It goes slowly. They'll swim. The water is almost standing. The horses will be chilled, and the men cannot endure it. It is cold yet." "Oh, the men will swim holding their horses' tails. That's your Tartar way. The men will grow stiff. They will get warm under fire. Kismet, fate." Before it had grown dark in the world, Kmita had ordered them to cut bunches of willows, dry reeds, and rushes, and tie them to the sides of the horses. Then the first star appeared. He sent about 800 horses into the water, and they began to swim. He swam himself at the head of them, but soon he saw that they were advancing so slowly that in 2 days they would not swim past the trenches. Then he ordered them to swim to the other bank. That was a dangerous undertaking. The other bank was steep and swampy. The horses, though light, sank in it to their bellies. But Kmita's men pushed forward, though slowly and saving one another, while advancing a couple of furlongs. The stars indicated midnight. Then from the south came to them echoes of distant fighting. "The battle has begun," shouted Kmita. "We shall drown," answered Akba Ulan. "After me!" The Tartars knew not what to do, when on a sudden they saw that Kmita's horses issued from the mud, evidently finding firm footing. In fact, a bench of sand had begun. On top of it there was water to the horses' breasts, but underfoot was solid ground. They went therefore more swiftly. On the left distant fires were gleaming. "Those are trenches," said Kmita quietly. "Let us avoid them, go round." After a while they had really passed the trenches. Then they turned to the left and put their horses into the river again, so as to land beyond the trenches. More than 100 horses were swamped at the shore, but almost all the men came out. Kmita ordered those who had lost their beasts to sit behind other horsemen, and they moved toward the trenches. First he left volunteers with the order not to disturb the trenches till he should have gone around them to the rear. When he was approaching, he heard shots, at first a few, then more frequent. "It is well," said he. "Sapieha is attacking." And he moved on. In the darkness was visible only a multitude of heads jumping with the movement of the horses. Sabers did not rattle, armor did not sound. The Tartars and volunteers knew how to move in silence like wolves. From the side of Janov, the firing became more and more vigorous. It was evident that Sapieha was moving along the whole line. But on the trenches toward which Kmita was advancing, shouts were heard also. A number of piles of wood were burning near them, casting around a strong light. By this light Pan Andrzej saw infantry firing rarely, more occupied in looking in front of the field, where cavalry was fighting with volunteers. They saw him too from the trenches, but instead of firing they greeted the advancing body with a loud shout. The soldiers thought that Boguslav had sent them reinforcements. But when barely 100 yards separated the approaching body from the trenches, the infantry began to move about unquietly. An increasing number of soldiers, shading their eyes with their hands, were looking to see what kind of people were coming. When 50 yards distant, a fearful howl tore the air, and Kmita's force rushed like a storm, took in the infantry, surrounded them like a ring, and that whole mass of men began to move convulsively. You would have said that a gigantic serpent was stifling a chosen victim. On this crowd piercing shouts were heard, "Allah! Herr Jesus! Mein Gott!" Behind the trenches new shouts went up, for the volunteers, though in weaker numbers, recognizing that Pan Babinich was in the trenches, pressed on the cavalry with fury. Meanwhile the sky, which had been cloudy for some time, as is common in spring, poured down a heavy, unexpected rain. The blazing fires were put out, and the battle went on in darkness. But the battle did not last long. Attacked on a sudden, Boguslav's infantry went under the knife. The cavalry, in which were many Poles, laid down their arms. The foreigners, namely 100 dragoons, were cut to pieces. When the moon came out again from behind the clouds, it lighted only crowds of Tartars, finishing the wounded and taking plunder. But neither did that last long. The piercing sound of a pipe was heard. Tartars and volunteers as one man sprang to their horses. "After me!" cried Kmita, and he led them like a whirlwind to Janov. A quarter of an hour later the ill-fated place was set on fire at 4 corners, and in an hour one sea of flame was spread as widely as Janov extended. Above the conflagration, pillars of the fiery sparks were flying toward the ruddy sky. Thus did Kmita let the hetman know that he had taken the rear of Boguslav's army. He himself, like an executioner, red from the blood of men, marshaled his Tartars amid the fire, so as to lead them on farther. They were already in line and extending into column, when suddenly, on a field as bright as in day, from the fire he saw before him a division of the Elector's gigantic cavalry. A knight led them, distinguishable from afar, for he wore silver plate armor and sat on a white horse. "Boguslav!" bellowed Kmita with an unearthly voice, and rushed forward with his whole Tartar column. They approached one another like 2 waves driven by 2 winds. A considerable space divided them. The horses on both sides reached their greatest speed and went with the ears down like hounds, almost sweeping the earth with their bellies. On one side, large men with shining breastplates and sabers held erect in their right hands, on the other a black swarm of Tartars. At last they struck in a long line on the clear field, but then something terrible took place. The Tartar swarm fell as grain bent by a whirlwind. The gigantic men rode over it and flew farther, as if the men and the horses had the power of thunderbolts and the wings of a storm. Some of the Tartars sprang up and began to pursue. It was possible to ride over the wild men, but impossible to kill them at once. So more and more of them hastened after the fleeing cavalry. Lariats began to whistle in the air. But at the head of the retreating cavalry, the rider on the white horse ran ever in the first rank, and among the pursuers was not Kmita. Only in the gray dawn did the Tartars begin to return, and almost every man had a horseman on his lariat. Soon they found Kmita and carried him in unconsciousness to Pan Sapieha. The hetman himself took a seat at Kmita's bedside. About midday, Pan Andrzej opened his eyes. "Where is Boguslav?" were his first words. "Cut to pieces. God gave him fortune at first, then he came out of the birch groves, and in the open field fell on the infantry of Pan Oskierko. There he lost men and victory. I do not know whether he led away even 500 men, for your Tartars caught a good number of them. But he himself escaped." Kmita was silent a while and said, "I cannot measure with him yet. He struck me with a double-handed sword on the head and knocked me down with my horse. My morion was of trusty steel and did not let the sword through, but I fainted. You should hang up that morion in a church. I will pursue him even to the end of the world," said Kmita. To this the hetman answered, "See what news I have received today after the battle." Kmita read aloud the following words. "The king of Sweden has moved from Elbląg. He is marching to Zamost, thence to Lvov against Jan Kazimir. Come, your worthiness, with all your forces to save king and country, for I cannot hold out alone. Charnyetski." A moment of silence. "Will you go with us, or will you go with the Tartars to Taurogi?" Kmita closed his eyes. He remembered the words of Father Kordetsky, what Wołodyjowski had told him of Pan Jan, and said, "Let private affairs wait. I will meet the enemy at the side of the country." The hetman pressed Pan Andrej's head. "You are a brother to me," said he, "and because I am old, receive my blessing." End of chapter 26.